My name is Aksik, aka Annika, as you might already know, or you might not. Maybe you're here first time. And welcome to my live stream. How are you all? Hi Patricia, hi Nessa. I don't know who else is there yet. And my today's, well, that's the goal, but I'm planning to play a little bit with that book. I haven't really figured out exactly what I'm going to be doing, but I'm creating some quick backgrounds first. This book doesn't, if I put watercolor onto it, I can show it to you later, it breaks into dots, the dreaded dots, which I really dislike. So I'm trying to get over it by using, at the moment I'm using acrylic gouache. We'll see how that is going to work out for me. I used it here in opaque capacity, but at the moment I'm kind of putting a fair bit of water into it. I'm dipping my brush into water and then putting it onto the page to see what I can do. Oh, like that, just softening it here. Okay, I let it to dry and then put probably the darker layers in, because blending with transparent one like that, it tends to go streaky. Hi Cindy, how Millie, I hope everybody is doing well. This life is treating you all right so far. Thank you for the compliment, Gail. Thank you. I just essentially mixed together some pretty random colors. I mainly went with kind of a violet-y purple colors because I want to do that dog here with kind of tones of ochre and I think I'm going, shadows I'm going to do with kind of lavenderish, kind of also purplish. So I thought the yellow and the purplish shadows would work really nicely together. So I made the background violet or purple or whatever. Sorry. My hand, wherever I'm working with paints, everything, including myself, is covered with paints. Hi Atlanta, sorry. Oh, I didn't greet you right away. Now, so I'm just going to put down some random colors. This one will need probably a couple of layers and then some splatters also. That paint. The colors themselves in the pans there are actually quite opaque, the way I mixed them. I'm getting them transparent by essentially dipping the brush into the water every time I the water. But now you can't see the girls. Okie doke. So yeah, I kind of, I'm not decided yet, but I kind of wanted those crosses to be visible. That's why I went with the transparent cover here, but it does often need a couple of layers. Okay, this brush is fairly big for this area here, but I'm probably going to be working in gouache anyway, so anything that I manage to mess up, I can just cover up with gouache. Hi Candace. Oh, Nessa, granddaughter! Congratulations! That is wonderful. Have you visited them yet, or are they kind of keeping to themselves at the moment after the birth? Or did they show off the baby to you? Oh, hi, Adri, also. I totally missed you for a moment there. I apologize. As I said, yeah, it doesn't look very neat at the moment. Well, I'm not even trying to get it very neat. It's not my purpose. But I will get it a tiny bit neater. But yeah, eventually. Okay, see, now I didn't put the water in and it was all very opaque. You can see actually on the side here, if I'm pulling the paper, it's very diluted here, and you can see how it breaks into the dots. And it does that with watercolor as well, so I suspect I will have to go. I don't know how Jackie is managing to put so much water into her Camilla D'Errico books without it breaking into absolutely mental amount of dots. Because mine are terrible for it. Okay. And I just... Okay. Who's there? Let me have a look. Oh, Nessa, you've shared the picture. I need to find that picture as well. Oh. Hi, Andrea. Hi, how are you? How, Brittany? Oh, we have really nice crowd here. Okay, I'm going to put a tiny bit here, and I'm trying to now get into the tighter areas here as well, which I probably should try to do with the smaller brush. But that would mean that I am shying away from the challenge. I have this thing that I usually try to work with the biggest brush that I possibly can and for the the image size, because I just think it looks better and you get a little bit less kind of brush strokes and stuff. Although here it doesn't really show because it's transparent. Obviously, it's going to go a bit streaky unless you go like really evenly over everything. If you do small areas, the acrylic wash doesn't get streaky like that, but it can get a bit challenging if you do kind of like a big area, especially if you want like different colors used as well. Those blends are always easier to do if you work in opaque format. Yeah, everything is in dots. I think I might have to take it a bit more opaque than I want it here. I let it dry a tiny bit and then go over it with a second layer, and then I'll decide what I'm going to do, because I can see those stupid little dots everywhere. No. Jackie's magic. I don't know how she does that, because she literally soaks these books and hers do not break into dots like that. And I'm actually working here with acrylic wash, which usually doesn't show dots as easily as watercolor. Oh, and it still does it. Hi, Emma. Willow changed my name again. You give her way too much access to your account, my dear. Oh. Okay. So. Now, who else is there? Oh, Auntie Chris, hi! How are you? Yeah, I actually started, you said, who said, or Andrea said, I think, that, oh wow, I see you jumped into coloring tonight. I started kind of mixing colors and putting them onto the paper about 20 minutes before the stream. I thought, I'll mix a little bit together, and then when I had the first two colors mixed, I thought, I'll just put them down here. I did the background here. No, it wasn't it was a little bit over 20 minutes. It didn't take long. The background here was like super fast. But this one is going to be more challenging because I was trying to leave it transparent, and the dots are just doing my head in, so I'm not happy. I kind of wanted to leave those crosses showing a little bit, but yeah. I also have like some fun color variations. Oh, they are in Barbados and you're in Canada. You go visit in June. That's nice. Aww. Patricia, I get those dots even in fairy tales and folklore. Really? I haven't gotten the dots in fairy tales and folklore. That is lucky then, because I thought there are certain books that I get them in. I get them in Lord of the Rings book, definitely. Now I can think about there's several books that, Oh, and the Bridgerton book also breaks into dots if you put any water stuff onto it, which is the reason I'm working there with acrylics and acrylic bases. Because it does allow acrylics pretty well and acrylic washes. But this one, even with thinner acrylic wash, you could see there's dots everywhere. Aww. Another one is due any day now too. Wow. Kid's been busy. That's so lovely. Oh, I don't know if it's ever going to happen to me. If it doesn't, I'm kind of very chill about it. Whatever they want to do with their lives, if they want to have kids or if they don't want to have kids, it's absolutely fine with me. Okay, I'm really putting a lot of water here now. I should have kind of waited until it was more dry. But I just want to get the paint down here and maybe move into the other Camilla D'Errico book I have for a while until this one kind of settles a bit and dries a bit. Yeah, okay. I need to clean the crease of the book. You get them in Circle on Life and Walden Natur. Yes, Walden Natur gave them to me as well. But in Walden Natur, it broke into the dots and then they kind of disappeared when it dried. In this one, they don't disappear, which is, even more infuriating. Okay, I'm being super sloppy now, which means that I'm going to have paint on the other side of the page as well, because I was pushing the brush against the side of the page again, and that means that the paint usually gets underneath there, but hey, it's fine. It is fine. I just wanted to kind of use transparent layers so there would be a bit of a color variation, so it wouldn't be just flat pink or flat purple. It would be a bit haphazard. Okay. Stardust CNT Warrior, hi! Hi to you as well, and I hope your day has been lovely. Mine has been so-so. Been kind of feeling my knee a bit today, but other than that, it's been fine. I've made dinner, I've done stuff. I also got the chance to relax a little, so that's nice. I was listening to audiobook. I'm listening to a series at the moment that I find fun. You know, if you're into lit RPG, of course. If you're not, it's just like, what are you listening to, woman? Candace, actually, I'm addicted to these Z Clean Color Real Brush Pens. Thank you for recommending them, buying them in very small curating chunks. They are fantastic. I remember when I started first with them, the first packet I got was that small, I think it might have been 6-pack or something like that, of skin colors. Because I had heard of them, but I wasn't really in great hurry to get them. I had Arteza ones before, and although I worked with them and I liked certain things I could do with them, I wasn't now overly excited about them, and I thought Zig ones were just going to be pretty much, you know, almost the same. But I think it was kind of a like, or maybe I was ordering from Amazon Japan a couple of books, and I just tossed that, because it was fairly cheap from there, that 6-pack. I tossed that into my basket thinking, oh, I'm just going to try them out just for funsies. And then I tried them out and it's like, I need to get them. I need to get them all. They're really nice. There's such a huge difference between these and other real brush pens I've tried. See, I like this result better at the moment here, if you see them here with the kind of a loads of color variation, than if I had just put that pink color down on its own. You have, like, in some places that purple is glowing through, and that's what I wanted it to look like. So, this was my goal, but I should have left it to dry, but hey. It's a live stream, things happen. And then I haven't decided on, you know, in the other book what I'm going to do, or, you know, what page I'm going to pick even. We can chill and have a look and decide what page. Okay. So this one now just needs to dry out. I am absolutely 100% sure that it went through, because I can see, you know, the amount of, yeah, it's like, and I pushed, you can see how I pushed the paint. That's my own fault. I keep pushing it. Like if I'm working like this and I'm pushing paint like this from the side of the page, I essentially also push it underneath the page. I know that, and I still keep doing that, but I don't really mind, because most of those pages I am going to make opaque backgrounds anyway, so it doesn't really bother me. That's why I'm also so kind of chill about things going through or things leaking here and there. It's fine. I'm going to be working with acrylics in most of those pages anyway. So let me look at the chat. On to Chris. So I should announce that I'm now an experienced professional content creator. On an impulse, I grabbed a 30-second video from my phone gallery and posted it as a short so I could see how YouTube works. Congratulations, Auntie Chris. I am truly chuffed for you. Oh, professional content creators. Okay, there's a couple of puddles here that I want to slightly tap some paint off, so they wouldn't be as deep. But I need to be kind of careful. I don't want big blotches there. Okay, yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, that's gonna be fine, and I might possibly give some darkness to the edges of the page, but I will definitely need to wait until it's dry now, because if I put anything else in there, the paper is just going to fall apart, because it's very wet at the moment, which is a bit of a bummer. I should have taken my heat gun out. Yeah, with these ones, that's the background I just put in, like it was maybe less than 10 minutes. It was just... Technically it's two colors, although it doesn't really show very well that it's two colors, because they're quite close. And it's just acrylic wash, quickly kind of a... You know, if you make an even background like that and fairly opaque one, that goes fast. These ones can take a little bit more fiddling and a couple of layers, but I am fine with that. Okie doke. Now, what else is there? What else is happening? Obviously, obviously, it's superior production quality and will be famous very soon. Millions of views. You will go viral. Because my YouTube channel is destined to become your favorite channel, Gail. We'll all be your #1 fans. Actually, we will fight over which one of us is going to be your #1 fan and which ones are like feeble #2, #3, #4, #6 fans and so on. I skipped 5. I know I skipped 5. Never mind. That's how life goes in this household. Numbers get skipped. Okay. Cute and creepy. I have 2 Camilla D'Errico books. One is Beauties and Beasties and one is Cute and Creepy. And I am really, really eyeing that Myths and Monsters, I think, one that is coming in June. I've been tempted by other ones, but I was like, no, you do not need a mountain of Camilla D'Errico books. Come on. But that Myths and Monsters is really calling to me. It's my team. It's my subject matter. So it's like, I probably will get it, yeah. Ola is snoozing away, I think. She has been she's a bit wrecked from her week. And last I saw when I passed her room, she was kind of half dozing with the dog on her bed. It was very kind of a cozy picture there. So at the moment she hasn't made appearance yet. Maybe she will, maybe she won't. I can hear my son in the room next to me playing, possibly playing, or no, probably not streaming, because he knows not to stream when I'm streaming. It's like, no, we're not going to do that to our bandwidth. But he is probably playing with this kind of online gaming. So. Okay, sorry, I had a message that I have to answer. No, sorry. Back with you. Stardust CNT Warrior started a new page in Christine Karen book with my beloved Inktense. Aww. I approve Auntie's Fight Club. Oh, Auntie Chris, you are precious. Okay, so from what I remember, both of these books did the "we are going to break into the nasty dark dots." I think they did it equally. I will test though. I have them Chinese watercolors. Ooh, I found something, well, some people would say that it's nasty cheap stuff, and I say, but it's fun and works so well in coloring books. I found this thing on Temu. Okay, so... Start a new page in Kristen Karen book. Okay. Yeah, I do have one of, I think I don't remember which one did I have. Hi! Ola is looking at me with murder in her eyes. But loving murder. Sorry. Are you making smoothies?
I don't know.
You don't know? You okay?
It's too warm.
It is too warm because somebody had left the bleeding heating on. The radiators were hot at some stage. It was like...
Mine's still hot.
You go switch them off. You tell Dad to switch them off.
Oh, here.
Do you have your window open, yeah?
No.
Why?
Because the radiator's on. It just feels kind of like counterproductive.
Yeah, but you don't want the room hot. So if the radiator is on and you're too hot, then you should open the window. My dear people, will you give me 5 minutes and I'll be back. I'm going to go downstairs and switch off the radiators.
I didn't tell you to go and switch off the radiator.
Huh?
You don't have to go switch off the radiator.
Well, there's much complaining and I feel hot as well, to be honest.
She feels hot too, to be honest. Auntie Chris, I'm still here. What? Wait. I can babysit. Hey. I don't really know what to talk about, so. How are you guys? Not really. I drew an otter in my sketchbook. I can get that. Like, oh, hi.
It had just gone off, so the whole trip was utterly useless.
She wants to know, oh wait, he wants to know if I have more pictures.
She wants to know what?
Auntie Chris is asking if I have any new pictures.
Didn't you send me something this week, no?
Oh, a cat.
Yeah. Okie doke. So, got this one. Whew, sorry. Stairs. That tells you much about my fitness levels. Whew. Candace is working double page spread for the romantic country. Okay. I don't have any romantic countries. And even if I wanted to get, I would get one, and I haven't got a faintest clue which one to get. I actually remember doing that one. That one is done with watercolor. Huh. Did I put some sort of a base on it or something? That's definitely watercolor. There's some pencil on top, but it's mostly watercolor. Okay, show it. Do you want to get the chair here, Ola? Oh.
I don't know if I'll stay.
Alright.
This one?
Oh, she did this one.
Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
You did take my markers though at some stage, didn't you? And then she did that one this week. I can create, and you can take a minute to let your heart rate taper off. Oh. Oh, I love that one too. She's really good at birds. Possibly because I'm slightly obsessed with birds, and there's a lot of bird feeders and there's birds around constantly.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah.
oh, I love that one. Can I show it? Is it okay? No, you don't wanna? Okay, that's fine. I'm not gonna show it without your permission. Okay. Ha. Okay, so it had an extended ugly face. Make all us stay and babysit. So you did babysit them.
Yeah.
It was so nice to. Show it, show it, show it. Cindy, I'm cold and I am hiding under the blankets. I don't like the heat. No, I don't like the heat either. That's my problem. Aura doesn't like heat much either, but I'm particularly bad. And my husband is kind of opposite to mine. So it's constant struggle. Because he doesn't mind heat at all, and it just drives me absolutely nuts. Okie doke. Oh, hi, Serena. Hi. I didn't see you coming in. Lovely to see you here. Oh, somebody sent you an otter emoji. I didn't even know that otter emoji existed. That is so cute. That is awesome. Nessa, thank you.
Thanks, Nessa.
Now, I haven't decided what I'm going to do here, but there's fair few pages that are kind of appealing to me. Not these. For some reason, these ones don't really appeal to me much. I don't know why. I might pull out the pastel gouache, the acrylic pastel gouache. Oh, that's cute. I might throw a green background in there. I'm not sure if I'm going to do green background here, so should I tape it off? I'll tape it off. I would, Auntie Chris, I would love some heat. It was 80 Fahrenheit yesterday and today it's 45. Okay, I don't know if it's bad or good because I don't think in Fahrenheit, I think in Celsius. So in my head, if you go by oven temperatures, if I read recipes, I essentially just divide it by 2. But it doesn't really work like that, does it?
There's like a specific...
I think it changes also. It's not as simple as that.
Oh no, I'm thinking of Kelvin. Wait. Fahrenheit.
No, Fahrenheit. Like when it's 450 degrees Fahrenheit oven temperature, it's pretty much 200, you know? Ish, you know, kind of an oven temperature in Celsius. Ish.
Oh, it's about 7 degrees.
Oh, 7 degrees sounds lovely. 7 degrees sounds amazing. We can switch. Oh, I forgot about that. Hi, Killian. Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. Say hello.
Hi.
That was Mr. himself. Well, not Mr. himself. That Mr. Junior. Axic Junior. That sounds really wrong. He's not Axic Junior. Mr. Fumbles Junior.
Master Fumbles.
Master Fumbles. Young Master Fumbles. Oh. Stardust. Stupid question, but does amber... Oh, you mean, is amber only copper colored or is it like green blues and well? Amber can be only copper colored. Copper, yellows, all kind of a golden tones, essentially, with little flecks inside. Some of it can be transparent, some of it can be opaque as well. It can be all ochres, yellows, kind of earthy yellows. Yeah, but no greens and blues. No, I haven't seen any anyway. It's 20 degrees there, which is amazing. No, that's not good. No, not good. Hey, Master Fumbles. That's how we're going to call him now from now on, don't we? Oh, Chris, actually, Auntie Chris, I might steal your name for our live stream. I just love the idea of Chatterday. Which is essentially what it is. So, sorry, drink. I am drinking alcohol-free beer. In case
Delinquent.
You delinquent.
What kind of example are you setting?
How very... It's alcohol-free beer, Ola. It's not like I'm shooting up heroin here. Oh. Sorry. Candace, it can be any color you like. I think color comes from a tea resin. Yeah, it's essentially tree resin, so it's kind of a yellowish, goldenish, brownish tones. Oh, hi Jana. Welcome. So glad to see you here. You're just home from work. That is great. Sounds like Jenny's tap dancing, which is pretty much what she's doing. Oh no, she was running around deciding if she's going to jump onto the couch or not, and she eventually committed, and now she's chilling on the couch next to Ola. We have this tiny couch. You've seen probably in my video about my studio. I showed you there. What am I doing? I'm just being extra sloppy today. Not my usual sloppy, but like extra sloppy. You saw there probably the little couch, very old-fashioned, very worn down. The only way it can actually stay in more or less respectable room if it has a throw on it, because it's pretty bad. See? All saved. That's nice. Stardust, you might be thinking of Topaz. Oh, okay. You want the THC-free joint to go with that? No thanks, I'm fine with alcohol-free beer. This channel needs a warning label now. Oops, I did not mean to shock anybody's delicate sensibilities. I am very, very sorry if I did. Please don't report me to authorities, especially considering I haven't done anything. Okay, I need green. I need kind of a more muted, earthy green. This one, deep green, looks like that might work, but I want very... it separated. Don't you just love when that happens? Just very little. I am possibly going to add a tiny bit of orange, just tiny. I mean a smear. Yes, I'm making a mess. Mushroom coffee and lentil chocolates too. I might stop at lentil chocolate, although I haven't tried it. Don't knock it until you try it. Okay, I'm going to put that one, and I am going to add a little bit of white, so it would be, or possibly no, I should add, no, I'm going to add a little bit of white. I was thinking about peach instead, or whatever it is, or not much. I don't want to lighten it too much. And I'm taking my beloved laboratory bottle and the butt end of my brush and mix it all up. Amber is petrified pine tree resin from prehistoric times. Baltic amber is the highest quality. Yep. Actually, Latvia would be one of the best places for amber, to be honest. Like Estonia has a very little bit. I think they found some, but Latvia especially had quite a lot of it. And it's really beautiful. Like everybody in Baltics has from their parents like loads of amber jewelry, amber beads and amber necklaces and amber bracelets and like loads of amber. It's so common. Oh yeah, that's what you're saying as well, Jana. Sorry, I didn't read your next comment that, you know, I have some amazing pieces of Baltic amber. See, that's exactly what I was saying. Should I warm it tiny bit more? I'm not adding a tiny bit, and I mean tiny bit of yellow. Please don't tell me. Okay, you're not separated. Ah, that's too much. Damn it. That was too much. Okay. That's going to be quite warm now, but hey, it's fine. It would be cool to have an insect in amber. See, I'm still making a mess because I'm being a bit too enthusiastic about mixing here. A lot of people actually, I've seen the insects in amber quite a lot actually. In Baltics as well. You know, back. Like amber jewelry was something that was often sold even like on cheap markets. Do you know what I mean? It was that common. But my mom had some really lovely pieces. And my grandmother. And it was because it was so common, it almost wasn't that valued. Like it was considered, when you know, I was kid and young, like, you know, old people jewelry. So you wouldn't really wear amber because it was kind of naff to wear amber jewelry. Jana, it gets dug out of the sandbanks in the winter. Most of mine is passed down from family or gifts. Stardust, thanks everyone. It's for my page. Her name is Amber, so I want to, oh yeah, make her colored amber. That is nice. That is actually a really cool idea. Okay, now, is it, I probably now have too much paint in it. I kind of meant to have it slightly more watery, but I might have put in a little bit too much paint in it. So I want this background green. That cape needs to be red, don't you agree? It just looks like it should be green. Actually, yeah, that color is correct, but it is quite opaque, more opaque than I would like. But it will eventually, you know, once it dries, it'll become slightly more transparent. So maybe I might add a little bit of water to my, kind of, I'm dipping my brush a little bit more than I usually would. The dots, aren't they? Are we going to get a brutal amount of dots? See, when it's a little bit more opaque, you don't get them. And at that opaqueness level here, once it dries, you will still see the line art from underneath, especially if it's not a very, like super dark color. Super dark colors, you need to make really watery to be able to see the line art. Oh, hi, Becky. Hopefully your insect would not be a mosquito which still has mouthful of dinosaur blood. Ooh. Random questions from Serena Annika. Do you know the Konoko Egusa you've colored in that beautiful page with the birds, buildings? Do you have the English version or the Amazon version? Japan version. Yeah, it's Japanese version I have. And the Japanese version has fantastic paper for any water media. It really takes water amazingly well. Like, I flooded that paper and nothing went through. And I've seen, like, I can put water-based markers directly onto that paper and then just dilute them with water brush directly on the paper. That's how good the sizing is. So yeah, if you can, and if if they're available for you, then I definitely would recommend for that book, if it is possibility. I'm not saying that the English version is bad, because I don't have any experience with the English version. Maybe it's bad, maybe it's good. Not a clue. But I know that Japanese version, the paper is fantastic. Good to know I can melt the paper and water it. Sorry. Paper and water then. Yeah, you can. With that book, you can totally go nuts with water. It really takes it well. These brushes of mine, that they've lasted for quite a bit, but now they are getting a bit frayed, and you can see, even if they are wet, the bristles are still kind of I don't know if you can see, kind of sticking out. Very hard to get smooth lines with them. I need to get myself soon new kind of a flat brushes or filberts. These are filberts. I like filberts, but I don't have at the moment good filberts. So, and for acrylic, because I don't really use them for anything else. I don't really use filberts for watercolor. Just don't get them for watercolor really. Watercolor I either use for a big wash, occasionally like really flat brush if I put really big area down, or mostly I just use my round brushes, or if I'm working in really tight areas, or in certain books I also use cat's tongues, but almost never filberts. I do like filberts with acrylics though. Oh, hi Amy, how are you? You be lurking in the background as you do things. I'm fine. it's one of those sloppy evenings for me. Everything I do seems to end up in a mess. So that's going to be interesting as far as the stream goes. But yeah, I'm doing fine. I hope you're feeling alright, or at least better nowadays. I was hoping to get to one of your live streams because it looked like you were going to have some really interesting live streams. Your backlog and the craft room organizing, and I really hope to get to these, and nope, didn't get to them. Life got in the way, unfortunately. So I have them in my watch later queue. Maybe I have some moment during the day sometimes, and I can have my headphones on, or if I'm doing something kind of a routine or kind of a repetitive work-wise, I can maybe at least listen and somewhat watch them as well. I also would like to watch some Dee Willingham's latest live streams. I heard that she's had some pretty cool ones. Okay. It's a bummer that we have such limited hours in the day. And that quite a lot of these hours need to be dedicated to work. That's just unfair. You are doing, I survived, been a good few days doing all the art. Oh. It does sound that, you cope. You're coping well though. Kudos to you. I don't know how well I would, but life eventually shows us how much strength we have by forcing us to go through things. Okay. Is that very blotchy? Probably is, but it's fine. I might create some. I eventually want to put a bit of a, maybe yellow glowish something. Oops. Okay, that didn't need to go there, but it's fine. The pencils will cover that up. I want that to dry a little and maybe put a tiny bit of a yellowish glow around the hedgehog, and then create some branches, maybe ground. This one should dry relatively fast. It was 85, Jana says it was 86 Fahrenheit yesterday and 52 right now. Manic weather for sure. It's supposed to now warm up here according to the weather forecast, which I'm not looking that forward to. I know that I am a weirdo in that. I would prefer eternal autumn.
85 is nearly 30 degrees.
Oh gosh.
And 52 is 11.
Wow, that's quite extreme. That's a big jump. Okay. Okay. And I need it to dry a little bit. A little bit. And then I want to put some color variations onto the dry base. So I would damage the paper less. And it would be actually easier in a way to blend as well. It's easier to blend acrylics if they are in more opaque consistency. This one isn't now too transparent, but it's still like for super easy blending, more opaque is better. Well, in my opinion anyway. Okay, let's put a bit more here so it would be a bit more opaque in this spot. Yeah, and here. All right. Auntie Christiana, you must be somewhere near me, Illinois, US. Oh, you're in Illinois. We have relatives in Illinois. My brother-in-law and sister-in-law, they live in Illinois. Sorry. I need a drink. It's cooling down now a little bit. It's not as hot as it was. Maybe you should open your window for a while, Ola, so your bedroom wouldn't be as...
It is open.
Is it open now? Oh, okay. You did eventually make a decision to open it. I should have put in... Yeah, well. Now I need to figure out... I'm going to test now, just, I don't even want to do that image at the moment, it's not really calling to me much, but I want to test these watercolors, if they will create dots as well, because they're more opaque, so maybe they have mercy on me and they don't do dots in this book. Excuse me. This is like, I see Jackie doing really loose, really wet washes and cool watercolor effects in these books. Is like, how? Because the moment I put even, you know, fairly reasonable small amount of watercolor onto that paper, it just breaks into really nasty dots. And I don't think mine is printed somewhere, you know, different than hers. Where is it? I think there was one page that I could show that illustrates that pretty well. Let me see if the other book has dried now a little bit. It's getting better, but it still wants some extra drying time, because I got it really wet with layers. Okay. Like I did a griffin here, which, yeah, you can even see, like I tried to be fairly gentle, and you can see how it's all in those dots and dots and dots. And it annoys me. Oops, I need to keep the book open. Auntie Chris is right on the border of Illinois and Iowa. Okay. Jeanette, just popping on to say hi. I have been lurking, so I didn't disturb family. Okay, I'm very glad that you said hi, Jeanette. And you're welcome to lurk. Do I have watercolor grounds, Annika? Yes, I do. But do I want to put it down here for every page that I do? Because I know that like, Jackie doesn't. How does she do that? Is it just because she's magic? That could be the answer. Okay, so these are now my new ones. And I don't know if you've seen them before on my channel. Let me pull them out. Where are they? Like I got the really cheap set. I think at the time they were like €3 or possibly less on Tibio. They are super cheap, but they're really great in coloring books. They are colorful, they have pretty kind of a nice, interesting pre-mixed colors, and they are more opaque, so they tend to go through the paperless, but they still blend nicely and give really bright, vibrant results. So, you know, super cheap, great. I've done, if you've seen my Pinocchio page, that's the watercolors I did the Pinocchio page with. So you remember how in your face bright that was and colorful that was. That's mostly these. So yeah, and they are now a little bit more expensive there. I think they're close to $5, but I think it's still a good price. The pans are tiny, but the color variation is so great, you know, especially if you don't want to do much mixing at the time, or if you may be sitting in some other room where you don't have much of a setup and you just have brush and maybe water brush and you know, tub of water. And these, and that's all pretty much all you need. You don't need to do much mixing, or you can mix them on paper because they are fairly opaque. So I found that they now have, it seems to be the same ones, and I did swatch them and they felt, you know, the same watercolors. And now they have 150 set. Look at that. Looky looky. And of course there's going to be loads of similar colors, like that's goes without saying, but they're nice colors. They do, yeah. A lot of them have very high, you know, white content because they're almost essentially slightly gouache because they are fairly opaque, which I like in the watercolors. Well, not all watercolors, but in certain books, especially coloring books, opaque ones just work better. Gail, you have some metallic ones like these Timo paints, and they're pretty good considering how much they cost. Yeah, I know the ones, and they are pretty decent, you know, price and quality ratio. Okay, I'm looking for a brush. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. So what color are toads? Not a faintest clue. Let's go traditional. Let's do something. What is it sitting in? Is it a skull? I think it's a skull, yes. So maybe I should go somewhat traditional and give it some green. You can see how it's developed thicker and more opaque, but it still moves well, which is, and I'm not being usually particularly precious about mixing them direct in pans as well, like this. So, and because there's so many colors, it's so easy to do the color variations with that one. You just keep your brush going and dip them into different pans. Do you know what? They actually, you can kind of see with them that I'm not sure. At the moment it seems to be doing all right. I can see slight bit of dotting, but because the paint is fairly opaque, it's not too bad. I can see even being able to put down a couple of layers and get pretty opaque result. And what I like about these specific ones is that some more opaque paints can go like gloopy and soapy, and although they're opaque, they're quite nasty to blend and mix. But these ones actually kind of blend into each other and mix pretty well. Okay, so are we doing like under the chin? Alright, I need something a bit greener here, so I'm taking that brighter green, bringing that. Yeah, I can totally do these. That might be almost a game changer for myself and Camilla D'Errico, because I would like to work in her book in kind of almost loose, you know, I will put a little bit here. See how easy it is. All right. I think I might need to put some yellow onto this spot here. I think it's supposed to be a different color. See how opaque they are? I was able to go on top of fairly dark green with fairly bright yellow and still get the yellow to show up a bit. So that's why I really like them in coloring books. So, Stardust, what are you talking about? The Vermont, or the board, yeah, the area, yeah. That does sound lovely. But it's frog, the two pink purple name photo. Jeanette, will you note what these are? Don't worry. If not, I will scan back. These ones, you mean those watercolors? They're just cheap ones from Temu. They're not branded ones. They're not expensive ones. I think this set was something like a tenner. The pans are tiny, but you don't need huge amounts of colors, huge amount of paint, especially if you're working in coloring books, which is usually fairly small areas. And I just think, yeah, and also there's so many similar colors here, because it is 150 colors, there are going to be quite a lot of fairly similar colors, but at the same time they're similar, but there's enough variation that you can play with them and kind of do this mixing on the paper that I did there. So I like them, but this once again is individual. Okay, putting down the shadow color and making, I want to put something fairly bright here. Yeah, so it would stand out, and I'm kind of softening that border a bit. And you can see the dots here somewhat, but they're not bad enough to really bother me. Stardust, oh my god, about to throw this freaking water out of the window. Any suggestion on a good water brush? Kurataki, if you want a brush that is fine brush, good fine brush, good kind of a detail brush, Then Kuretake fine ones are really nice. Also Derwent ones are nice. If you want a bigger brush than, kind of like a bigger, for bigger areas, then I really like this Pentel one. And they are not very expensive either, although they usually come in, I think, sets of 3 usually, but I like the bigger one. It keeps the point really well, that one, for some mysterious reason. That specific one, these ones keep the point even after quite a long abuse. It still has decent point, and I like the flow of that one as well for a bigger brush, because it gives it's a bit more aggressive flow, this one, and it's also easier to kind of get water out of it. So if I need to do bigger areas, I like this one a lot. So, but the smaller ones, I tend to lately just gravitate towards these are the ones, and there's other ones as well which are shorter. Both are very good, and these are Kuretake fine brushes. These ones also, that really short one is one of my favorites. If I'm working in kind of a tighter and smaller areas, then this one is great. But I need to actually start, switching them out soon enough, because after some abuse by myself, you need to change them. Okie doke, so I need to do them toes here. So I'm going to put some of that. Actually, no, I'm going to put some of darker green here, because the skull is going to have kind of a brownish umber tones to it, at least in my head. And otherwise it's going to be very hard to differentiate there what is what. Okay, I need to get a bit more of this color. I need to get it darker. So come on, lift off the pan. Okay. All right, and I need something brightish now, so I'm taking especially the ones that you can clearly see. If you can see the color very well there's going to be a lot of white in them, so these are going to be very nice opaque for coloring books. And especially like books like these where paper is problematic, but because they are so opaque, it shows the dots less, although I can still see them here. Maybe give a little bit of an extra shading to these. It's a bit too aggressive. Yeah, that's better. Okay, and okay. Alrighty, and I'm putting yellow into the eye. That will eventually be shaded with different colors. And this, they are cheap because made with dyes, not pigments, which is fine for books. Yeah, I don't mind. I do not need... Well, I do love my high quality, beautiful artist watercolors. Yes, I do. But if I just want to really relaxed working experience, like this, with just loads of pre-mixed paints, then these ones are perfect. You know, they don't need to be, they definitely don't need to be like light fast in my coloring books or anything like that. It's not like they're going to be sitting in the sun. It's just, they're fine. Sorry, I'm very thirsty today. Huh. Candace, you like the Kuretake? Okay, that's, yeah, Pentel and Tombow water brushes. I think I have one Tombow water brush that I have not tried yet, but I have it in my spares drawer. Let me see if I have it here. I'm pretty sure I had one. I have a good handful of spares because I do, like, I can be pretty aggressive with my brushes. Let's be honest, no, I can't see it at the moment. I know that I have one. I need to reorganize things constantly here. It's like, I did organizing, but now I need to reorganize everything that I've organized, because I can't find stuff anymore. Where is it? And I also, one thing that okay, here it is, but I haven't tried it yet. It is, kind of in my spares box. That is the Tombow one, but I haven't tried it yet. It's a virgin water brush. Probably next one to try. I don't want to have too many at the same time on the go, but I do go through them quite a lot. Okay, so let us do the skull. And the beauty of working with more opaque watercolors, or watercolors like this, is there's also the light colors are also mixed. So instead of working like you usually would with watercolor and get the dots because you are washing out the color with loads of water, and that's where you get the really bad dots. Instead of that, because there's so many light colors pre-mixed, you can just use these pre-mixed colors instead of watering down the darker colors, which is where the dots come in particularly aggressive. So, see, I am, instead of washing it out or blending it out, I'm blending them with lighter color. And it also softens the line art, which I like. So there. Oh, hi, Chris. Hi. Oh, I didn't see you coming in. Jeanette, I like the fact that they're slightly opaque. Yes, it's really great in coloring books, especially on papers like these that, are a bit problematic and tend to break into dots. Yeah, or whatever, if they also sit on top of paper more than go through, so they're less likely to go through your pages as well. The really fine Tombow one gets a little clogged with Neo2 and Inkten, so I do find myself cleaning it often. Okay, Candace, didn't know that, but I'll just, if I don't eventually like it, I just have one to try, and if I don't like it, It's not a huge loss. I'm carrying on. Oh, Candace. Auntie Chris, I agree that books don't require high quality supplies. However, I'm searching my first ever set of Neo ones, so I'll never again be able to convince myself that Crayolas are fine. They're fine. My daughter could tell you that. Like, she loves her Crayolas, and she does really awesome stuff with them. But then again, her working style is different, and the way she works with them, she often does like base with watercolor markers, and then she puts the pastels, the oil pastels or Crayolas on top, and she does really awesome stuff. But that's her style of working. For my style of working, Crayola doesn't really give me much joy. I have tried Crayola pencils, and they're fine. Like Auntie Chris said, they're fine. Absolutely fine. Sorry, like missing bits of chat here again. Oh, hi, KP Colors. Hi. Hi. Great to see you here. Chris, I love the frog. I think, thank you. I'm just doing the frog pretty much to, firstly to let some stuff to dry so I can move on to other pages. Because I'm not going for finishing anything. Although now that I'm doing the frog, I might as well, since I've colored most of the frog, I might as well give it some bit of a background as well. Okay, and tiny bit of that mixed in. Just putting a little bit on the middle and just going over with the opaque lighter color. It's almost like working with gouache a little bit, only with a really convenient gouache that activates super well and is very cheap and super easy to work with. So yeah, if you are in market in something like this, absolutely recommend it. I'm not, by the way, trying to sell anything, okay? I'm not associated with anybody and anything. I can't even offer you an affiliate link, that one, because I don't think Amazon sells them. So they are very, very cheap and very, very cheerful. Epic Colors, I may participate in that favorite 15 tag. Oh, because you're watching my videos today. Okay, I hope they were okay. That video, the whole filming, the top 15 video just went so badly. I started twice and the light was just going back and forth, and then I didn't realize that basically there was wind and the blind was hitting the camera mount and the camera was shaking because of that. So yeah, it wasn't my best experience. Okay, so do you know what? I think I'm gonna try to put some background onto that frog as well. Come on, come up. Come up. Be gentle. Don't rip. Don't rip. Come up. Nessa, tip, fill water brush about half full, put it in small container and mix in your watercolors. Add back to brush. Oh, okay. Yeah, great for washes. Yeah. I've seen people mix, kind of filling them with inks as well and stuff. Okay, I want a big brush now, or a soft brush. Doesn't need to be big, but soft brush. I'm taking my Neptune brush. So, because I don't want to put the water onto this, maybe I'll try anyway. Okay. Just put some good bit of water in there. And let's see how you are activating. Yeah, you're gonna have dots, won't you? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm quiet now. I'm trying to let the watercolor do what it wants, but what it wants is break into nasty dots. I love my Crayola Super Tips, very versatile in my opinion and cool as watercolor. Yes, they are. Well, see, to me, pretty much any water-based marker is essentially doing the same thing. Some of them more pigmented, some of them less. I don't have Crayola Super Tips myself, but I have a big selection of water-based markers, and they bring me a lot of joy. Can do so many things with them. So underrated. I think at some stage I even made a video about, all the stuff you can do with your water-based markers and how to use them. Chris, as the frog's supposed to be deadly, I see all the skull and crossbone. I think it's supposed to be possibly toxic or poisonous or whatever, but I think the toxic pink here is going to be great for depicting that. I'm making it really, really wet, that pan, and just putting in I'm not trying to make the edges super neat or anything. I'm just tossing on the color. I think this book, well, it does break in dots, but maybe slightly less than the other one. Maybe, just a tiny bit less. And Super Tips last forever, you're saying, that you bought like 8 years ago and still have them. I had a set that was kind of very similar to Super Tips. They were not Super Tips, but they were also, I think, they were 100 set. I bought them from Amazon, and in looks they were exactly the same tip, They also didn't have names or anything, and I had them, but these ones, I have to say, did not last very well. Like they emptied pretty fast. Oops, took wrong color. All right. Girl, I still watched and enjoyed that. Thank you, KP. It was, yeah, wasn't one of my proudest moments. It's like, and after I had watched, and everything was filmed, it's like, I am not going to do it again. No. It was getting kind of, I just didn't have much time left, and it's like, okay, this is what it's going to be. A bit wonky, but the intent is there. And I learned my lesson. Now I know what filming under the open window can do. Maybe he's a poison dart frog. I just noticed that the frog has a partial skull crossbones pattern on his back. Yeah, it does here. Jeanette, you bought Super Tips. Yeah, Super Tips, from what I understand, I'm kind of tempted to almost get them, although I have plenty of water-based markers, and there's really no, I don't really need them badly at all. But they really dissolve well. Like, I think that from, amongst the different water-based markers, especially cheap ones, they would possibly be ones that dissolve and can be used as watercolor almost the easiest. Okay, I'm putting a little bit more. Okay. And maybe he's okay. Oh, you saw the video with my water-based mediums. That is great, KP. That is fantastic. I hope it was okay. It's one of my older ones, so. Jeanette, I shall go looking for more videos. I am new to watercolors in books. Yeah, I have in my library quite a bit of them. Different ways I'm working with watercolor or water-based marker, kind of a technique videos. Neo ones are fantastic. Well, okay. This is me now talking without actually know what I'm talking about, but kind of from seeing people working with them, they do seem to be really nice. For me, it's mainly the fact that it's oil pastel that is not too soft, but is kind of fine. So you can do finer details with them than you would with most of whatever regular oil pastels. I do like oil pastels, but you often struggle with the fact with the sorry, the fact how thick they are, that the details, it can be a bit of a pain. The Neocolor ones would be in a way they are ideal, but they do have a fairly small color range nowadays. I think they have 40 colors altogether. and also they are expensive, sadly. Nessa Stadler has a big set of water-based markers. I find the tip very stiff though. I think this, to me, that Stadler tip is pretty much the same as Crayola tip. To me, they feel very similar. The Stadler ones are super juicy though, like almost too juicy. I mostly like to, if I use them, I tend to put them in a scribble onto some surface and pick them up with the brush. How much have I colored this month, KP? I have colored, but let's be honest, I don't. I think I have a couple of pages so far. I'm having these months that I just keep starting stuff and never getting anywhere with it. I have done some things, but it's usually that in the beginning. No, I don't want to put that orange in there. What am I doing? It's often like that with me, that in the beginning of the month I kind of start quite a lot, and then end of the month I tend to then sit down and, you know, finish some stuff. But some months are just like this, that you just want to start pages. You don't necessarily want to finish them. Just softening that up. Yeah, this isn't, to me, that paper isn't the best with water media, which is why it's such a mystery to me how Jackie does all those really cool watercolor effects in this one. It's like, how? Chris, Annika, after watching your video with the tube shaker or whatever you call it, vortex mixer, I think what you mean. I found one on Amazon that is cordless, aka rechargeable. Oh, cool. I didn't see one. So I got it and I love it. It's so awesome. It is awesome, yes. Do you have any other little desk appliances? I keep thinking about buying a tiny iron and a tiny vacuum. I do have a tiny vacuum. But I don't have a tiny iron. I'm kind of thinking about it, but it's like, will I actually use it? I'm usually not that bothered about ironing or flattening my pages. Usually I find that if I just put them between, underneath some other books or on a shelf and there's many books pressing against it, it pretty much takes care itself. They flatten themselves. So I think I'm going to put some back there as well. Okay, now it's breaking more and more into the dots, but hey, that's what it is. And eventually I'll, put a tiny bit of pencil here on top as well. But after I soften that one out here, I'll probably just pretty much leave it as is and let it dry. Dun-da-da. Yeah, I think I'm gonna let that one to dry. Yeah, these ones work here better than regular watercolors would, although if you put a lot of water, as I put here, and kind of try to blend things out with water, and darker colors as well. The darker the color, the more dots you get. It doesn't go through though. Like, it breaks into the dots, but it doesn't go through, so... Chris, Auntie, I'm thinking about getting a little iron, but we'll see. I have too much stuff on my desk as it is. Yeah, that's the problem here as well. I try not to overwhelm my desk more than it already is. I have thought about the irons, like a little bit, but would I really use it is the question. but I do have rechargeable pencil sharpener, but that's just a necessity, people. You know, you need to have a good pencil sharpener. KP, well, you have colored more than me. I haven't started finished page since March, I think, and funnily enough, it was a Camilla D'Errico. But a double page in Pop Manga Mermaids. Yeah, I'm at the moment kind of in a similar boat with you. Okay, that one has the watercolor down. And I'm leaving that to dry. And moving on to maybe page next to it, because I can't really do anything else in this book. The background is still drying. I should have possibly pulled out the hot air gun. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, there was... Okay, I should have mixed it through, because... There we go. Yeah, it should be fine. Okay. I will pull out gouache maybe for that one. What is happening in the chat? Patricia, right now I'm just watching them and freaking out because they actually cover the what if the... Oh, you're going to go on the Proper Neo 1 adventure, Auntie Chris. Oh, that's gonna be fun. I kind of really want them, but the fact that there's only 40 colors, plus the price, of course, but also, you know, I can't ever expand the color palette, is kind of not exactly putting me off, but making me think if I want to go and buy them. And they are expensive, of course. I have so many boxes here because I pulled several things out. Okie doke. So, which one will I use? Might use the one that is this one, the big one. That's Meaden and Artex gouache, and I have discovered, to my everlasting bitter disappointment, that Artex gouache. This one is kind of like a wet palette, or, you know, kind of an airtight palette, so it keeps your paints moist. And although I am using, you know, only distilled water with some spirits added to it for spraying and keeping them alive, Artex does not like to sit long time in the palette like this. It does go to mold. So if you are getting, or if you have Artex paints and you want to squeeze them out, don't keep them in the kind of an airtight palette like this. Let them to dry out properly, and then they'll be fine. Because I have another palette where I've been working. Where is it? I have this palette where I just have Artex ones here and a couple of Winsor Newton ones. I have been working on this palette a fair bit, as you can see, but this one isn't airtight, and the Artex paints are just fine, you know. So not Artex, Arteza. I'm saying Artex, Arteza gouache. Arteza gouache is just fine here, but in the airtight one, when they're kept constantly moist, they do, or soft, they do take to mold. Whatever you do, whatever spray you use on them, they just take to mold. I want to kind of use up some of the paints in that palette, which is why this one is coming out now. What is the tube shaker? Oh, Becky, that's not tube shaker. It's called Vortex Mixer. I have a video about that in my channel if you want to check it out. It's quite recent. I think it was this week, maybe on Tuesday or Wednesday. I published that one. And it is essentially paint shaker. It's a mini paint shaker. It's really small. It fits into the palm of your hand, and it is great for shaking up your acrylic markers and your small paint bottles and stuff like that. When the acrylic paint separates and you need to kind of shake things before you work with them. It's great for that. It makes it much faster, and it's super easy to handle also. Okie doke, so let's take the good old lazy woman's approach to gouache and grab water brush. I need to fill it though first. Jana, after using 27 pencils in all the shades of pink, lilacs, on the double page I did in Symphony of Cute Animals, I need a simpler page to work on. Patricia, I've seen what Johanna Stones does with Neocolor ones and gel crayons. She definitely influenced me to buy them. What she does is amazing. I want to try it too. Yeah, I've seen that's about some of the stuff that I haven't got to. I've seen some of the techniques are really interesting and cool. Like, I would love to check them out and kind of try them out. I especially loved the way she was using Neocolor tools, basically scribbled on the edge of the mats or that you put on the page to kind of create shapes and stuff or protect certain areas, and then pull them in with a damp makeup brush to create those really cool effects. I like that one. I would like to try it out. I wish we could edit our chat messages. Yeah, YouTube doesn't let you do that. There's YouTube chat can be a bit on the Okay, so let me see. What colors? I hear downstairs a sound of a smoothie maker. The question is, will it be shared with me, or is she just making it for herself? Okay, let me check it out here. So Candace, I'm doing weird stuff over here, putting Zig and Tombow marker on top of several layers of pencil. I can never read. I do that quite often, actually. I find water-based markers on top of pencils are great, especially if you are struggling to get rid of the white of the paper. If you have like some soft colors, it's really great to just go over the pencils, and it seeps through the pencils and fills in all the kind of a white of the paper underneath. And you also can add a bit of a color variations, or really easy way to create really deep shading, for example, also on top of pencils. So they're so versatile. So many things you can do with them. won't it, Chris? I think there should be a vortex mixer with a tiny Elvis on top. I'd buy that. Surely she wouldn't deny you the smoothie you so richly deserve. Oh, I don't know. Do I deserve it? Am I a worthy mother? Maybe I'm a terrible mother. Okay, so let's put some ochre onto that little... I need some more water. This one doesn't give out at the moment much water. I'm taking some ochre and mixing some white in. I always have, I have white sitting here. Contaminated, but it's fine. Okay, now I created maybe a little bit more ochre into it at first, at least. I can mix whiter mixture later on. Okay, so this is gouache, but I'm essentially at the moment using it pretty much as watercolor. And what I like about that is, even if you use it thin like this, you get quite an opaque coverage. And I think in these books, I kind of suspect that I should have just stuck to the gouache from the word go, because I think that's pretty much the best way to go if your book isn't behaving well with watercolor. So I'm essentially putting down here mid-tone just over everything, and then I'm going to go back in. I could go on top of that if you put down, let's just kind of a thin, fairly watery wet layer of gouache. The pencils will go on top. So I could go on top here with pencils as well. And gouache dries really fast. The other good thing is it made it not shiny from the wax. Yeah. Oh, hi Lucy. How are you? That is great. Did you try out the gouache, Hi Orla. Look what I got! Haha! Happy days. Beautiful, Ola, thank you. Really nice. Thank you, Chris. I hope I'm not the worst. Okay. She is the best daughter ever. Very much appreciated. I don't think she actually, kind of planned to do smoothie herself. But since I kind of hinted at it, she went and made me a smoothie. Well, not for me exclusively. She made it for both of us. She makes smoothies quite often. She likes smoothies. I got them into that habit, or herself particularly into a smoothie habit, because I made them quite a lot of smoothies. They weren't like huge fruit eaters when they were kids. Still aren't. They wouldn't really just go and pick up a piece of fruit. But they would have fruit in smoothies. So I kind of started making them smoothies. Often I even made them smoothies like to take into school in little tiny thermos cups. So yeah, they got to appreciate smoothies from the early age. I know, she's the bestest. And I have a smoothie. Auntie Chris, I think I'm the worst mom. I just called someone else's daughter the best daughter ever. Well, hopefully your kids didn't see it. Oh. Okay, so let's put some sienna here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here, underneath the paw. I am essentially using it pretty much as watercolor. Some of it I mix in the palette, some of it I mix direct on the paper. All right. Is Hedgehog's face darker than the... Saturday night is the smoothie night. It seems to be, Gail, yes. Kind of smoothies and beer and Saturday traditions at this point. Yeah, exactly. I'm being well provided by yourselves and my kids. Life is good. And I'm quite spoilt. I'm very lucky to have you. I'm looking forward to these Saturdays when we can just sit down and natter away. Okay, so maybe I'm giving slightly different tone to the face. Looks very human skin tone now. Whatever. It all can be fixed. I don't know yet if I'm going to do it with pencils, but see how I've covered up a lot of that darkness, the pencil grayness. Now with the gouache. Okay, I did give the face slightly different color. That's my skin tones area here. So now the hedgehog has very human face. Oh well. Since I was going for it, I'm fully taking the skin tones, the darker skin tones from there and blending them in. Okay. I need to rinse my brush, running it over there. I think I should put some pink onto the cheeks as well. What do you think? I have pink here. Maybe pinker. I mean redder. So I'm adding a bit of strength here so it would really show. Yeah. And I possibly should put a tiny bit here on top of the nose as well, just for funsies. And I'm going to blend it out now. The gouache is, in that consistency, it's so easy to work with. It's like very opaque watercolor. Sorry, I'm looking at the chat now. Lucy, Nescape Politra Professional Gouache Masterclass and Toner Gouache. Toner arrived today and Masterclass arrived 2 days ago. I'll play with them in an hour. Woo, that's nice. Tell me afterwards, okay, what did you think of the Nescape Politra? Because, as I said, the last time I used that one was when I was like tiny in the school and in early school. So I remember, thinking it was great then, but what did I know back then? So I would love to hear from you about that. Nessa got frozen yogurt. Woohoo! Oh, you were used, Lucy, you were used to the time before daylight changes, yeah. It's fine. You're here now, and we're all happy that you found time and that you made it. I look forward to it all week. Oh, that's so great! I look forward to it all week too. Is he wearing cape or is it bat wings? I think it's a cape. I think it's a cape, but I'm going to put down, I'm letting it dry a little bit, and before I go, I want to make that cape like red, really, really red, but I want to do this area first before I put the red in, because this is traditional gouache and it will reactivate with water. So if I leave it, if I, have stuff that I need to do very close to the kind of a very red edge, it's going to be hard not to kind of smear things here. So I am doing that first here, the shadow and some texture maybe. After it's had a tiny bit time to dry, it's still a bit too damp. I'm going to put some shadow under you, Mr. Hedgehog. I think I'm actually pulling out some... okay, I'm taking this one here. And I might even add a little bit of a black to it, because it needs to be pretty dark to show here. So I need to get some shadow underneath that. And this is now gouache on top of acrylic gouache, which is actually a really a good way to work if you are worried that you reactivate. Then sometimes it's a good idea to do the first layer, the first base kind of an acrylic gouache, and then work on top of it with a regular gouache, with the shading and details and stuff like this, which can be often easier to blend and work if you have traditional gouache. Now, and let's put these ones there. Just blending it out slightly. I'm not trying to make it like super neat and tidy. And at the moment, the darkness you see is going to disappear quite a bit, because a lot of it is just water, Oh, hi Emma, you're back. Sorry, didn't see you. Jana, maybe I should pour myself a glass of wine since I don't have smoothie ingredients. That is a great idea, Jana, go for it. Angry hedgehogger. Hello. Oh. I kind of throw a piece of fruit in it. It's a sangria smoothie. Oh, hi, Kristin. Sorry, didn't see you coming in yet. Let me see. Okay, now I want to put some color variations on top of that. I might actually take like pure black here as well and put it underneath the hedgehog, because I want it to be extra dark, and because I'm putting it down as, you know, transparent like that with a water brush, it doesn't really look like black. It just looks very dark and green. Okay, just adding some extra depth here, because as it dries, all right. Okay, and I'm taking you upwards there as well. Yeah. But I would also like to put some like random color variations. Here around the hedgehog, it's kind of looking a bit boring. I want it to look a bit more like some interest added to it. And I don't even know how exactly I'm going to do it. But I think I'm going to add some kind of like a color staining onto it. At the moment, it looks a bit on the boring side. So I'm just adding like random textures with different gouache colors. I don't know how it's going to dry. I'm just testing my waters here. So this is gouache on top of acrylic gouache. Oops, I took too much of that dark one. That's a dark one. So I'm okay. It's just doing random textures already at the moment. It's just the base at the moment, as it was, looked a bit boring to me. Auntie Chris, I took your advice even though it wasn't advice for me, and bought the 3 blacks and 3 other darks from Lightfast. Lightfast darks are awesome. I hope you're going to enjoy them. Now, I have talked to people before who don't enjoy Lightfast texture. These would be my, like, you know, absolute top pencils. Love them to bits. Everything about them is perfect for me. But I do know some people who say that they don't like them, so hopefully you are going to be in the opposite camp, that you really enjoy them. Okay, this brush is constantly getting too dry. I just essentially want to put down kind of almost like a scribbly, kind of a roughed up texture, because it looks a bit bland and uninteresting at the moment, and it wasn't transparent enough for the leaves really show. So I could of course do like some smooth, I don't know, maybe some lights or something, or like glowing dots or whatever here. but I don't really feel like it. I feel like putting down some fairly rough texture at the moment. I don't feel very neat at the moment. Well, I never really do feel super neat, but you know, it has happened occasionally. There was some like really funny moment when I suddenly felt like super neat. I am never been like a super domesticated woman, you know. Like I do the stuff that I need to do to keep the house functioning, but I'm not, you know, particularly bothered about many things that, you know, I know bother a lot of people. But there was when I was pregnant with my first kid, my son. Just about 2 weeks or so before I was giving birth, like they say that you get that nesting thing, and I never really understood, and never, like, I was laughing at it, you know, when I read the pregnancy books and what you mean by nesting thing. And I absolutely, my husband found me in absolute seriousness washing kitchen floor with ammonia and ironing his socks. It's like, yeah, that's what nesting is, probably. That's what they meant by it. That was the only time it ever happened. But I went like, I think I baked, I don't know how many different cakes for the freezer, and like I had fierce nesting, but only with my son. I did not get anything like that with my daughter. But I thought it was hilarious. Like, especially the ironing the socks thing. It's like, he looks like he has been hit by the lightning and now has superpowers. It does, doesn't it? What gouache I'm using? This is Meeden. This is the most basic Meeden. What happened with Meeden is it is not my favorite gouache, but this is a good palette, and I squeezed out, you know, loads of Meeden here, and now it's like I want to use it up. I don't want it to go to waste, because I want to use that gouache, that palette eventually for something else, but I don't want to just toss away paint, because, you know, there's plenty of paint here that I can work with. So I've been working with Meeden just to use it up. Okay, and I need to keep putting that texture down there as well. So let's get that brighter. Just doing a dry brushing here as well. I don't know if you can see. And as it dries, it kind of sinks back and becomes a bit more subtle than it is, but it still looks more interesting than this really kind of a flat background, which is just a bit too boring for me. I am sorry, people. So the base here is done with just one color. It was one color of acrylic gouache, which was, it was slightly watered down but not fully transparent. I have often worked much more transparent. Like, I wouldn't consider it like proper acrylic gouache. But yeah, this is Meeden. Auntie Chris also wanted to ask you if you have any videos about pencil transparency, opacity, like we were talking about last week. Okay, if you go back in my library, I have all my art materials, and there's also, I think, 2 or possibly 3 videos, 2 videos about kind of classic pencils. Kind of, one is budget pencils and one is, you know, artist quality or more expensive pencils. And in that, I do talk about opacity and transparency as well for all the stuff that I have, because that's one of the criteria I'm talking about that. Now, there are some pencils that at that stage aren't in my arsenal yet. Well, the main things that wouldn't have been there, I don't think I had drawing pencils. You know, the 72 set, I don't think it was even out yet at that stage. So it wouldn't have that, and I didn't have my Pro colors then. I think these were the only ones that were missing. Oh, and did I have Woomers then? Pretty sure I did. Anyways, in case you're interested, in case I didn't have Woomers back then, Woomers are great, Woomers are fantastic. Woomers are pretty opaque. Lucy, oh, you're talking about the light fast pencils. Andrea, just a tip, Lightfast only showed the true color of the blender pencil. It's like magic how the color and vibrancy changes, and I agree they are fabulous pencils. Yes, yes they are. Yeah. Kristen, you picked up the Lightfast darks too. Yeah, they're amazing. Sorry about the weird noise, but I can't leave that drop there. That would be a sin against smoothie. Gosh, I feel spoiled. Now, I'm taking some of the dark into this area. Okay. Annika the wilde vrouw. I did test blends with 3 different blender pencils and alcohol blender. You're absolutely right. Yeah. Ironing socks is wild. Yeah. And that is the only time in my life I've done it. I'm not usually mental, okay? But I was ironing his socks and underwear. I was ironing everything I could get my hands on. I washed every single baby item we had bought. I ironed every single baby item we had bought. I was scrubbing the floors with bleeding ammonia. It was like... And in my head, there was nothing weird about it. I didn't even think about it. It's just, you know, all it has had to be done. It's like somebody had switched me for a pot person, you know? Gail, your mom irons her knickers? Yeah, my grandmother ironed her knickers as well, but, you know, her knickers were all kind of a cotton, and some of them not even stretchy cotton. They were like old-fashioned, you know, like almost like looking like a shorts type of knickers. So my granny did that. My mom was like no way. She would not have done stuff like that. But she was laughing when I told her. And I've heard it, you know, happening to people, you know, but nobody else has told me that they were ironing socks and underwear. So that must have been very me thing. Okay, I think I need to bring some texture down here as well, but it can't be the same as there. Or will I do the same texture? Yeah, I might do the same texture. I'm just waiting for the hedgehog to dry so I can go on top with the second layer of colors. I want to put in some darks and some... Lucy, you didn't miss anything about meat and gouache, if you meant that you wanted to see, you know, with the meat and gouache. I only just started doing meat and gouache now. I tried pretty much everything else here. Lucy, why on earth did you decide to scrub the floors with ammonia? I read it somewhere, or some sort of I saw some sort of a video that, you know, this really disinfects the floors. I don't know. I really don't know why exactly. Like, don't ask it to be in any way rational. I obviously was not. My poor husband was very puzzled. It's like, this is not my wife. What is going on? Oh, hi, Jackie. How are you? Oh, Adri, you're back. YouTube stopped working. Okay. Nessa. Oh, you saw a short video of the baby granddaughter. Oh, that is so nice. Babies are precious. I've been officially certified and I've never ironed a sock. Or maybe I should kind of, yeah, angle it. Yeah, maybe you're right that I should go that way on the floor. You might be right. Let's see what that'll do for me if I just change the way the texture runs. That's a good idea. Just putting it down randomly here to see how it's going to work. Might look awful, might look great. I also am thinking that after this is all done and the hedgehog is colored, I might splatter some metallic watercolor on there as well, and that will give me just, you know, enough texture to make me happy, so the background wouldn't be boring. Jackie Blue. Certified blender. Lucy Fox, but it's true, it does disinfect it, but it's usually ammonia quaternary. I don't know. It's not like I was super knowledgeable about them things. It was literally probably, you know, during that time I read something somewhere and immediately I needed to, you know, find and buy ammonia and scrub all my tiled floors downstairs with it. Because clearly the baby was going to drop dead the moment it got into the house and the floors went disinfected with ammonia. AJ, I want to start using my gouache paint. I guess I can start with a dollar store book. Oh yeah, that would be a good way to try it out. You know, some book that you don't feel particularly attached to. So you can just experiment away. Is the hedgehog dry now? Okay, I think I can start putting the next layer onto it. Yeah, this one. The frog itself doesn't look bad, but boy, there's a lot of dots. It really annoys me. Lucy, Emma, me too, officially certified and never ironed a sock. Okay. Have I now exposed my mental deficiencies? Kirsten, I just received my first set of gouache today. Excited to try it out. Which one did you get? I think you mentioned that, but I don't remember. Just putting some random textures in. I'm putting some browns in as well. Oops, that brown is very, you know, just to add some interest. If you do texture like this, the more the better. Okay, and I'm going to, and I keep going them all in one direction here then. Okay, just softening a little bit the edges there so they wouldn't be kind of like weird harsh stripes. Okay, and at the bottom I might actually take that really dark green and put that to the very bottom here, so it would be the darkest at the bottom. Oh, you got the Shinhan set, starter set. Oh yes, Shinhan is a nice gouache. I did get some Shinhan, and you know, it was a sensible price available in one of the websites here, so I did get me some Shinhan, and Shinhan is nice. Spare Room Studio. Oh, Jackie, I'm really late this morning. I stayed up late watching Bridgerton and then couldn't sleep. Is it that terrible? I don't know. I think I watched first season and the bits of the second season, but I haven't really been pulled to it since. Okay, so I have this one done. Maybe I should put a little bit more kind of a, like, you know, something lighter here as well, so it would be a bit of a variation. Okay, and then I'm going to do splatters. Maybe I should pull, maybe make a bit more firm, kind of like, and should I pull some like, okay, so leaving them as is. Christine, it has magenta. That was a key for me. Yeah, magenta is fantastic for mixing. I think, was it Holbein set is also supposed to be, the starter set is supposed to be really good. I think they have something, I think it's like called possibly primary red, but it's essentially magenta if you look at the actual color. Lucy, I use ammonia quaternary to clean my clinic. Oh, okay. So I use it regularly. I also use it to clean my pet's bathroom area. Uh-huh. That looks like wet floor in the background. It's a slippy hedgehog. My ex bleached all the floors with neat bleach, just poured it on the floor straight from the bottle when his first child came home. Him and his then wife couldn't shut any windows for a week. That is terrible. Firstly, it's terrible for the floors, probably any floor. No surface is meant to really withstand pure bleach. Secondly, it is, yeah, breathing wise, just horrible for the baby. I'm not saying that ammonia is much better, okay? I don't, as I said, something happened to my brain. I was a pod person. Oh my God, it was in February. Oh. Lucy, Shinhan looks to be amazing. I ordered myself a set that it will take time a while to get. Okay. Adri, I watched first and second season, haven't watched since. Oh, I watched first, and in the second season I kind of started skipping. Like, I didn't like the dynamic. I disliked the guy quite a lot. So I just, you know, I I couldn't really cheer for their romance because I thought that's a terrible person, that guy. Doesn't deserve her or anybody else. Auntie Chris, I can't think why him and his first wife divorced. Holbein mixing set is what I have. Primary magenta. It is magenta then, yeah? Okay. I wasn't sure if it was magenta, but I've seen the color and it looks like magenta. Primary yellow, primary cyan, and black and white. It's supposed to be it sounds like a really good mixing set. You should pretty much be able to get any color out of that one. You had to calm down a lot when you moved in with me and extremely lax with housework. Kirsti, my favorite Bridgerton was the Queen story. Yeah, actually I've been meaning to watch that because that as a story actually sounds something that I would enjoy watching. The other ones just aren't calling me much. I did read books ages and ages ago and back then I didn't really realize. Now looking back, I think we've become a bit more aware, but there's quite a bit of problematic stuff there. Jackie, yeah, I think this one was a bit lame, but once I started watching, I got hooked, and I need to watch till the end of the series. I'm like that. If I start watching series and if I get hooked, I don't get hooked with every series, but if I do, I just can't leave, essentially, before I watched everything. Okay, so... Actually, I did that one wrong. I didn't want to do it that way. Maybe I should put... Yeah. Okay. Alright. Unify it a bit here. And I start pulling, I think it's burnt sienna, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm just pulling random brown. Because I didn't really, I squeezed paints out here without really making any note of what paint, which color is which. So, okay. And I'm putting a little bit, that's definitely ochre that I'm mixing into it here. So let's start putting down some, just mapping out some areas where there should be shadows. I should have probably done slightly lighter color. First. In Willow's sleep, Gizmo randomly bit her. Okay. So she said, piss off, Gizmo. Still sleeping. Oh gosh. Okay, she clearly knows. Who would be likely to randomly bite her? Okay, if I just... See, it's going to all... one thing that can be the roughest thing with gouache is that it does dry a fair bit. Well, the light colors dry darker and the dark colors dry lighter. So there is a shift, color shift, after you've finished painting and you think you have wonderful contrast, and then it dries and you realize that no, I actually have to go back and, you know, deepen my darks and put lighter highlights in. That is something that can happen with gouache. Mom, that's embarrassing. Oh, Hogs, Willow. Yeah, I've seen, from what I've seen I kind of agree almost that the Holbein starter set, colors wise, to me looks essentially like almost perfect. What gouache, what mixing set should be like. Lucy, it was a revelation. My first gouache set was a bunch of chalky garbage from the dollar store. Yeah, the bad gouache, that can really put you off and give gouache bad name. Because my first gouache, when I first tried gouache, I think it was something like Reeves or one of those, same story, not a dollar store, but actually like a stationery store. They would have been sold something like for schools. And it was awful. It was awful. It was chalky and soapy, and it didn't blend, and it was gloopy and streaky, and like everything that people think that is bad about gouache. That was everything that. So. Jeanette, it's midnight here. I need to be asleep. Thank you for ideas and inspiration. Jeanette, thank you for joining us. And you are very, very welcome. Come back. Come back. Come to the dark side again next weekend. Kristen, the Queen story was completely different from the other seasons. Yeah, it was more of a meaty story. See, Jeanette. Well, I haven't seen it fully. Like, I've seen bits and pieces, and I've been meaning to possibly kind of get into it. But I haven't yet. Okay, I'm taking something a bit darker from here. Okay. Just layer, layer, layer. This is with any paint, really. You're gonna have this long, ugly face while you layer things. Oops. Okay. Okay, I'm looking at the chat, sorry. The one paint you need to have good quality, in my experience, is gouache, says Lucy. My first experience was with Himi, it was awful. Yeah. I agree. Jackie husband is away this weekend. Oh, on work trip, and I don't sleep good when he's not here. I thought watching TV till late would help me sleep, but nope, it was even worse. Oh, I'm sorry, Jackie. I don't have that problem. I tend to, I'm not saying that I'm sleeping better, but I'm like, now I'm enjoying having the bed all for myself. And then if he's away longer, then you kind of start missing him. But at first it was like, ooh, I have the whole bed. Emma, can I just point out she's forever winding Gizmo up when she's awake, so I think he took his chance for revenge. Oh gosh. Oh. Lucy, Jackie, I feel you every time my partner goes back to his house weekdays. I have trouble sleeping. Oh. I love the family squabbles with Willow and Emma. Okay, so what am I doing? I think I need to bring that upwards more, because that's essentially in line with the kind of at the little paw here. And I need to put some darkness here. Okay. underneath these. What do you call them? They're not needles. What do you call them? Hedgehogs have not thorns. Okay, my English doesn't clearly English. I made it a bit too harsh here, possibly. Okay. I need to get some darker color in there. I'm not trying to make it realistic or anything, but I do want to have some textures there. Okay. Pulling some there. And I need to put tiny bit of texture here in these hairs as well. Like that. Okay, what did I miss now? Lindsay just released a mini gouache course and she uses only this Holbein set for all of the paintings. That is cool. Jackie, I tried Reeves gouache many years ago and hated it. That's why I have never tried it again recently. Yeah, we have exactly the same experience then, because I think mine was, I kind of have this Reeves in my memory, so I suspect I'm correct. And my first experience was like, this is terrible. This is awful. But then I tried, the next one I tried was actually Arteza. And that kind of gave me totally different picture, or, you know, kind of a feel of what gouache is. So I was quite happy with that one. I thought, okay, that actually is very different. And I even tried to do kind of little bits of, you know, kind of pages and, you know, kind of practice a bit. And I kind of got quite a bit into it, and then I got distracted by something else and I wasn't working with it for a while again. So, okay, I need to... Okay, bringing it down here. All right. Yeah, and I just went outside to cut the peony blooms before the rain smashes them to the ground. They smell so divine. Oh, peonies are beautiful. I love peonies. We used to have them in the backyard when I was a kid, like a big, huge, basically U-shaped bed of peonies, different colors. It was lovely. Kind of like a childhood. They associate. Since then, I associate them with my childhood. Okay, I maybe did something wrong here, but hey, we'll see how this is going to work out for us. Okay, so I need to get that up there. And then I need to eventually get a lighter color here. What color will I use inside the ear? I think I'm going to take that wine color and maybe put a little bit of, tone it down, a little bit of kind of a earth tones into it. Yeah, that's decent. And I need to do the shape of the ear here first before I pull the whatever they are, needles, quills, spines. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Jana. Before I pull these over there. So I'm creating that shape first. Then I'm making other one on this side. Anybody reading anything good, people? I've been lately on my lit RPG kick again. It comes and goes, but I've had really good time. Really fun, relaxing books. They're great to listen if you're doing something, like if you're coloring or, you know, or you're just tired or your eyes are tired also, and you can't really. You would kind of like to watch YouTube videos, but your eyes are almost too tired to do that. So I just sit and listen to an audiobook instead. Kristen Dinner is ready. I might be back in a bit if you are still live. We'll see. We might be still live, yes. Because I have maybe English plus graduate level education, and I can't think of what those things are called either. Yeah, I thought quills also to me associate more with porcupines, but they are essentially the same thing. Emma, the best thing about single is having the bed to yourself. Exactly. Lucy, my pets sleep in my bed with me, so even when I was single, I never had bed for myself. It's different, okay? It's different. My pets would be sleeping me too, even when he's gone. Although Shen has more so habit, she likes to sleep with either Ola's or Killian's bed, but that is very simple reasoning because, you know, they have more room in the bed. And she gets shuffled around rest because obviously, you know, they have the whole bed for themselves, whereas she would have less room in our bed, and she is well aware of that because she's a clever little thing. Okay. All right. I'm trying to figure out what color am I going to give as a base. Should I make the quill base like a greenish? Huh. If I take the green, something dark, and I add a bit of brown to it. Okay, and now I need to add a bit of white to it, so I need to rinse it off. Okay, so a bit of white to it. That's too gray. I need to... Yeah, that's better. Adding a bit more green to it. Yeah, that works better. Okay, and now I need possibly more. Nessa rereading The Martian. That is a fun book. I call me Chris, time to leave. Have a wonderful evening. Oh, big hugs, Chris. Have a really good day, all right? Enjoy yourself. I hope you're having a lovely weekend. Okay, so am I putting into, am I going into dark here? And just okay, I need to, yeah, the water brush was getting too dry, and I was getting like dry brush effect here, which isn't bad exactly, but is not what I was going for. Lucy, you have 6 cats. One of them is a Norwegian mix, so he's huge, and a husky. They snore and fart. Yeah, that's probably more of a problem than one little Shen would be. I think if I tried to have 6 cats, I suspect my husband would be eventually the one to move out. I don't think he would mind having a cat, but Shen is very much cat reactive, and that, whatever people tell you, it is not an easy thing to train out of them. In fact, once they are cat reactive, they tend to pretty much stay cat reactive. I think I need to do the cape first so I can... Yeah, I should have done the cape first. I want to put then the dark here, so just make sure that this area here is nice and dark. Okay. All rescues. Ah, of course rescues. That's to me, pretty much nowadays the only way to get a pet or animal is a rescue. There are so many animals that are looking for homes that I can't really justify for myself. And of paying, a breeder. And there's very few ethical, good breeders left anyway. A lot of like puppy farms and just, horrible stuff going on. So I'd rather not ever even contemplate putting my money there. Nessa, I have 4 birds and 3 cats. How are the cats getting along with the birds? Can you let the birds out of the... I don't know if your birds are very much kind of like some people let the birds out of their cages as well. I have never had birds, so I don't exactly know, how it would work. But ideally, in my head, I would be able to let them out, but I don't really know, maybe I'm wrong. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, I'm going to put down that color until I run out of it on my brush, and then I'm going to do the cape so I can pull stuff up onto the cape. Alrighty. Let's do the cape. The cape should not be very complicated, hopefully. But I want really... Okay, I'm going to mix that one there. So I want really dark red. And to get it as dark as I want... Should I put in brown, or... I could almost put in a little bit of black. Like a tiny bit. Because I want it really, really dark. See? Like really, really deep, 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 deep dark. Might pull a tiny bit more of a black onto it. Really deep. Okay. Alright. And let's start putting in the, okay, and this one here is going to be dark. This bit here is going to be dark. Here I'm just, see, I should have had it down before I was trying to create those quills there. Emma, Lucy, I have 2 chihuahuas, so they don't take up much room. Well, you'd think that anyway. Lucy, my largest cat only likes my husky. They snuggle and sleep together. My old Yorkie Thor, now in dog heaven, also slept with my eldest cat. My Yorkie was a dog reactive, so he only tolerated cats. Okay. See, you just cannot win. Okay, I'm going to just put down the deepest shadows here. Lucy, I have nothing against the breeder if it's ethically done, but it's really rare. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. You know, if it's a breeder that doesn't do it kind of like a really cruel, nasty puppy farm way, then no, I don't have anything against it. But it is rare. And it's even rarer to get puppies from, like, most of the people, like, I've always been like, I would nowadays not buy from breeder at all. But anytime anybody of the people that I've talked to, you know, they have gotten a dog, they wanted specific breed, they got it from a breeder. And, you know, whether you like it or not, you know, you can't rule other people's lives. So, you know, everybody to their own. But pretty much everybody has said that, you know, the puppies do not come, even, you know, if they think it's not really, you know, puppy fur, but even then the puppies, you know, usually come, they're full of worms, they're full of fleas. It's like, that's not a good breeder. Because we used to have, when I was a kid or a teenager, we had like a champion fox terrier, and her son, who was also a champion fox terrier, and, you know, we didn't do, like, you know, big breeding, but we, you know, people wanted their puppies, obviously. So we did, you know, she had several litters, and, you know, he also had, you know, ladies brought to him. And you know how much work goes into it if it's done properly. How much work and how much care and how much attention and also money, and, you know, if you do it well, they need to be really well taken care of. Emma Shen needs her own YouTube channel. Nessa, birds are in art studio, separate part of the house, away from the cats. Oh, okay, so do they come out of the cages at all, or do they live in kind of just in the cages? I don't know how it works. I'm sorry. I would kind of like to have a bird, but because I don't have any experience, like, it's a bit scary to start, you know, learning on a living being, you know. And I probably would also like that if I have a bird, I would probably also like to, you know, have it out of the cage for, you know, certain, you know, not always, but, you know, be able to also let them roam a little bit. Okay. Lucy, my Yorkie, used to think he was a large Rottweiler. Yeah, small dogs can be like that. Emma, have 3 cats, but they don't sleep on the bed. Well, Penny does, but she doesn't care what the dog's opinions on cats on the beds are. Auntie Chris, I have a Chihuahua too, and I can't. I have tried to pronounce the name. I know those dogs; they're really cool. Zolo. Yeah, I'm not going to butcher that name and hurt your ears, Chris. Auntie Chris, sorry. I do know them. I know them very well. I like them. They're really cool. I think weren't they like supposed to be guardians of the underworld in was it Inca or Mayan mythology? Anyway, they're really cool dogs. They look cool. So you have one of these. I speak Spanish to them and tell them their ancestors are magical ancient dog kings, so they always know how special they are. Oh, Emma, I had a wee canary called Chico. He flew about the house when he was tired. He'd sit on the dog's head and let the dog carry him. Oh, he sang beautifully. Emma, Chihuahuas are a special dog. My birds like to pull my pencils out of storage. Oh, that is so cute. Jackie, we've never bought a dog from a breeder, always from the dog rescue. Yes, we are suckers for animals that no one else wants. Yep, that's how we got a meat rabbit, and we have a finch that Graham found dying. Oh yeah, you told me about the finch. That was a lovely story. I would be pretty much the same. Although there are certain dog breeds that, although, I feel bad for them, I just know that I am not equipped for them. I don't know how to train them. Therefore I wouldn't go, usually, I wouldn't go near there. Like, I would never get a border collie, for example. They just need very different lifestyle and training and activity level than, this household would be able to provide them. So, for their interests, interest in their well-being, it's better that, I don't get them. Oh, come on, loosen up now. Sometimes they re-wet really well, and sometimes they can be a bit capricious. Okay, I'm just going to drop some of that orange in there, not a lot. And then I'm going to create something lighter. So I would have a bit brighter highlight. I might actually use that kind of a peachy color here, which is supposedly a skin color, but I think it would work really well here. I'm going to add a tiny bit of orange to it, so it would be like closer to what the highlight color is supposed to be here. Okay, I'm pulling the highlights in. Okay. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Nessa, I let them fly around under supervision only. They can get stuck in places. Yeah, that's what I would think. So yeah, you wouldn't just leave them out and about in the house. But I that's what I meant, that when you're at home or when you're with them, You know, can you let them to fly around? Emma, I did get both of my dogs from a breeder. I didn't really have any choice. The rescues around here don't home with kids under 5. Oh, they okay. Under 5. Aztec, yes. Okay, I gave as an option Inca and Maya, and it was Aztec. Of course, it was. I know that I've read about them. I don't think I've ever seen one in real life. They wouldn't be very widespread here, obviously. Also, the climate here would not suit them the slightest. Nessa, I want to get a beagle, but now my elderly dad lives with us and needs help. He doesn't like dogs, so oh, that's sad. That is sad. Beagles are supposed to be loud, but they're also really, really sweet-natured. Like they are kind, good dogs type of a thing, you know. That is why they are often used as test dogs in laboratories as well, which is, yeah, okay, not going there. I don't want to stress myself out because of their sweet nature. Today I'm again organizing my acrylic markers, but I got the organizer that someone here told I should get, and it's wonderful. I love it. That's good. Lucy, my husky, was actually rescued by its original breeder, so she was responsible. That is good. And Jackie Hamish doesn't know she is a border collie. He can be a bit of a couch potato, but then we don't know his history, and he has taken a long time to realize the world out there isn't trying to get them. Oh yeah, it takes a while. It took Shen years, really, to actually get to the stage that, you know, if there's a guy in the house or somewhere kind of near her that she doesn't know very well, that she doesn't hide somewhere underneath the furniture. She was pretty badly traumatized when we got her. But now she's a queen, a little princess. Pretty much, yeah, and she's demanding. Like, she knows her rights and she expresses her opinions loud and proud. See? That's how easy it is to get a pretty high level of color saturation. Now I want something opaque here. Can I get that? Can I wake that? Oh, I should have sprayed. I should have sprayed it up. I didn't spray, and then I'm wondering why my paints aren't waking up when I try to. That's my homemade distilled water and isopropyl alcohol. Okay. Oh, Lucy, she found out one of her clients was mistreating the huskies he got from her. Oh, that's terrible. Emma, start with canaries, Annika. If I can keep a canary alive, you can too. Lucy, she used the local pet protection against mistreatment law and took the 2 huskies back. Oh, that is great. She gave me him because she knew I volunteered in a few shelters and worked with traumatized dogs before. Oh. I hope they're fine now. You absolutely cannot have anything with Teflon when you have birds. My mom learned that the hard way. Okay. Let's yeah, Chris, I want a dog to take Pikey with me. Jackie, we saw some feral kittens at the park yesterday. Mama was left behind when some people moved out and she's had kittens. They are adorable but skittish. Hamish didn't know what to make of them. That is, actually that's kind of almost the problematic with cats. They say that, I don't know if it's 100% right, because once again, I am not very knowledgeable about cats. I've tended to somehow have fairly cat reactive dogs most of my life, so but what I started saying now, what did I start saying? But they say that if you don't get the cat as a kitten, you know, kind of, if they are, once they are feral for a certain amount of time, it's very hard, if not almost impossible, to actually kind of domesticate them. It's something that I have heard. I might be wrong. Okay, and you could be here too. All right. Okay, now I'm popping things, and I'm going to give it a little bit of a softening here on the edge. Oops. And oops. All right, now let's look at the chat. Huskies are excellent, excellent hikers. Shen is now loud, but she's not that much. She does bark occasionally, but she's more so loud because she speaks to you. She literally comes to you, and if she wants something, she tells you, and if you don't react right away, she shouts at you. Emma, you had a board. Well, you talked about that border collie, I think, to me before. Nessa, Teflon issue, just look for PFOA, free cookware. Okay. Lucy, Jackie, his original instincts might just kick in and he might try to hurt them. Chris, Azolos aren't common here at all. We got both dogs from rescue. They've been brought in with 3-4 others from the same house. None had been spayed, neutered. Each needed some type of veterinary attention. Oh. Oh. Hi, Kristen. You're back. You love the red cape. Thank you. I think I killed the contrast in a couple of spots, so I might put some extra here. You know, where I went a bit overboard with the light. Yeah, okay. And if it looks like it's standing out from the base now, it's just the water that is making it, you know, looking darker than it actually is. So I'm just going to add some kind of a, I'm also tidying here with that color here. It doesn't look correct. Okay, and I'm leaving that to dry, and now I can move on to doing maybe a little bit of a spikes there. Actually, I should take some of that color and like put some color onto his toes. Often I would, you know, do big part of the gouache pictures, like I would do almost majority of the picture with gouache, and then at the very end I go in a little bit maybe with pencils here and there, just to kind of maybe darken some shadows or tighten something, or you know, soften some rougher bits. It just helps and saves me a bit of work with gouache. Pencils go on top of gouache very well. Lucy, yes, feral cats can be hard to domesticate. Yeah. Lucy, and some even impossible. Usually the traumatized one with bad human encounters are the ones harder to domesticate. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, you had a poodle, Nessa. He'd stand on the lid of the box and he was sure he was hiding and we couldn't see him. We'd play along. Oh, that sounds really funny. Okay, so since I have the red out here, I might as well do the inside of its mouth here too. So put that dark one here. And I need something lighter for the tongue. Yeah. And I'm taking maybe a mix of that and orange for the tongue. No, it's too dark. Yeah. Just adding some white into it so there would be a bit of a contrast. And I might add afterwards with pencils a little bit of a more contrast there. And the nose. Where's the black? Okay, I'm just going to leave you at that. I will probably put extra contrast in there as well. Yeah. Okay. Nessa, sorry for typo, Stormy here, and my connection lags and messes things up. So it's fine. We all understand what you're trying to say. AJ, my Coco, he passed in 2021, was a miniature poodle. Oh, so smart. I adored him. I still miss him. I have a tattoo on my arm in his honor. Oh. Lucy, I have my little Thor paw tattooed on my inner right wrist. That is so lovely. Kristen, I always had Yorkies. I rescued Ali 11 years ago. She was diagnosed with pancreatitis 3 weeks ago. Oh no. I am so sorry. It is scary. Nessa, yeah, they say poodles are smart. Mine wasn't. We had good times though. Jackie, I miss my old Reggie still, yeah. Oh. Gail, people that are unkind to animals are a breed of people that I can never understand. It is, yeah, neither can I. I can sometimes understand like unkindness of humans to each other, though I'm obviously not a fan, but I can almost understand it better than being nasty to animals. It's a special sort of a person who does that. Okay, so I'm just creating a bit of a texture. And this texture is going to be kind of the darker part. Well, see, I made it a little bit too thick here, which might be a bit of a problem. Afterwards, when I go on top, I would like to go on top with essentially kind of like a more opaque version of that color. And, you know, kind of create extra light. Spikes. Spines. Quills. You know what I mean. But I decided to make the base kind of very muted greenish color. So I just thought it would look a bit different. Lucy Gale, I feel if one is cruel to animals, it will be cruel to everyone. Yes. Monty Chris, oh hey, does anyone know if someone has figured out which prismas are equivalent to Derwent drawing colors? I failed to use the proper search technique, evidently. Yeah, since I don't really think in those terms. The way it works in my brain is I just grab a pencil whenever if I'm looking for a certain color, I open pencil case, I look at the pencil leads and pick up the pencil that either is the closest, or maybe I just grab a couple of pencils that look like I can create whatever effect I want to go with. I can mix the color, whatever. I don't really think about conversions of the sets much, so yeah, I'm kind of a bad person to ask about that. I do swatch my pencils when I get them. This is a great way to get to know them and, you know, befriend your pencils, see the colors. Yeah, it's going to be a challenge with that one. Okay, and now I need to put some darker colors here as well, and here. So I'm moving back now to that sienna-ish color. And putting in some I think I need to darken this bit here as well, because that here is too much the same color as the end of the hair around it, and I want it to be a little bit darker. And you here as well. Kristen, I'm so appreciative of this community. Watching the videos and chatting has been extremely helpful for me. Haven't slept much. Oh, Kristen, big virtual hugs to you, okay? I wish I could do something or help somehow. I know how it feels like. I've had those kind of a devastating, as you well know, moments myself with my animals. I say most of us here, you know, since we are all, a lot of us anyway, seem to be animal friendly, or had our pets or have our pets, and I'm sure most of us have been there. So I wish I could help somehow. Do you know what I mean? I know that I can't, but I wish I could. Because, yeah. I still see the ghost of my last dog on my previous dog sometimes, really weirdly, which it's kind of, you know, it's been long time since he was around, and I still see him. I open the door and I see kind of this moment from the corner of your eye. You see him in the spot where he used to be, or, you know, where he liked to lounge. It's just, they stay with you. They stay with you. Wilderfrau. We need a name for this Cape Crusader. I really like that the cape is red, you know. That's what I always wanted, you know. When I saw this cape, it was like, it has to be a red cape. And once again, the angle is probably, no, it's in this case not too bad. Oops, why did I put yellow onto his nose? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Okay. And I need to put something darker into his mouth here, because that's not dark enough. I'm just making a little bit darker shadow here to define his nose and muzzle a little bit better. Like, let's try with that one. Bring his jaw a bit forward with a bit of blue. Okay, now I need to make this that bit, still a bit on the damp side. Okay, let's try to mix something fairly opaque up anyways. So it needs to be on the thicker side. I don't want to put too much water into it. Maybe a drop. Okay. And maybe start putting here, like very gently. It's too thick on the brush, darn it. I should have taken a smaller brush. Okay. And here. And just putting some lighter colors. Just all right. What's happening there? Becky Coronet, my Colorful Country Life, has free conversion charts on her webpage. Yeah, see, somebody knew. But it wouldn't be me, because I just don't use them. Oh, Nessa, yeah, big hugs. Just I bought a lot of supplies. Oh. Emma, I'm the kind of person who will quite happily watch murder documentaries but won't watch anything where animals get hurt. Yeah, pretty much the same here. No. Well, by that I mean exactly like that. Okay, here. Okay. And maybe a little bit here. I can blend that out later on. And tiny bit maybe here. That also can be blended out. And maybe tiny bit here and tiny bit here. It's just kind of creating some color variations. Okay, and here's the toe beans. But I need to put some shadows there with the pencil because it's going to be really awkward with brush, to be honest. I can put dots here though. And maybe... Okay, I'm going to take some of that fresh paint there. Do I need to put some there? Okay, and now, okay, I need to put some extra highlight here on top of the ears. This nose seems somehow naked. I think I might need to put some extra pink here eventually, but I'm first going to try to create some spikes here. So they would be kind of on top of those darker spikes. And I'm trying to keep the paint now fairly opaque, because at this stage, if you go on top of much thinner paint or the same thinness as you used before or the same consistency, now it's very easy to reactivate the paint underneath. So you pretty much need to make sure that the paint you're using now on top of everything, all the layers, is kind of thicker and more opaque than the other layers underneath it. Yes, you're brilliant at creating fantastic animals like this, and the owls too. Oh, thank you. I had Maltese that passed away in August last year. I could swear that I see him sometime. I feel his presence here. In fact, I felt his presence this morning. Yes, yes, yes. I know the feeling. And the thing is, for me, it almost never went away. I am loving these green spikes. Or some shadow color. Yeah, it's just not, if you're using green, then you have to make sure that you kind of mute it down, that it's not kind of like bright green. I put fair bit of, sorry, my hand is probably in your way. I put fair bit of, I think there was a little bit of brown in there. And now that dark color is underneath, and I'm pulling brighter. Oops, I went too high with that one. Well, he has a bit of a sticky uppy spine there. It is what it is. He's a bit of a punk. He does look a bit of a punk, let's be honest. Supply therapy, yes, I know. If things go sideways, that is one of the ways I tend to kind of cope as well. Oh, Karen is going to launch her own website. Oh, that's cool. Oh, Emma, I'm sorry. Yeah, I know you haven't had a good year with the pets. I need to be very careful with this corner, so I don't want them to be too bright here, coming from this shadow. Okay, I need to make the paint a little bit more opaque here, but I need to add a tiny bit of more cream color to it so it wouldn't get too white, because I don't want them too white. Yes, I still miss dearly pets I lost 40 years ago. Crazy, isn't it? I even dream of them. No, I know. I know. I am still thinking of certain dogs. Sometimes you have those soul dogs, like they're called in social media, but I do get what they mean. And I've had a couple of them. In fact, 2 of them in my life. And it's, yeah. And especially, like, one of them is still kind of, it's killing me. Because when I was moving to Ireland, that was years and years and years ago, I had a dog, and it would have been like a dog that was everywhere with me, like super clever little white dog, super clever little mutt, which I like mutts. Mutts are my favorite dogs, and she was everywhere with me. We were super close. Like, you could talk to her and she would just understand what you were saying, which people, couldn't believe occasionally, like how we communicated. It was just unreal. And then when I was moving to Ireland, and, I was looking into, how to take her with me, and she was old by then. She was 13, was she? Anyway, she was an old dog. And it came out that to bring a dog to Ireland at that stage from, the country I was in, she would have had to spend 6 months in a cage, essentially, in the kind of a quarantine center. And I was like, I can't do that. It's like, I was like, will I move at all? Like, I can't. I can't. Like, she was such a people's dog, and it would have been not even near me. It would have been, in Dublin, that centre. So, place that you can't just go and visit her daily as well. And to be honest, daily visits would have been almost crueler. Yeah. So, I used to share a flat with one of my friends. And I was like, I can't I can't take her, I don't know if I'm going to go anywhere. And she eventually just said, no, she knows me, she's happy with me, and she kept my dog, because I could not do that to her. She would have probably just perished, She was such a people dog. So yeah, sad story, sorry. Spoiled the mood. It's different now, but it used to be very, very strict like this, yeah, in Ireland. Yeah, you couldn't bring the animals in here almost at all. So, yeah, and it absolutely broke my heart, obviously. But in that situation, it was way kinder to the dog to not take her. And she lived a very happy life with my friend. But yeah. Yeah, no, I dreamt last night I was given a recording contract. I was becoming very wealthy, but kept telling them, I cannot sing. Oh, strange how dreams can be. Mine last night, my legs were all black and they were going to amputate them. Then I woke up, thank goodness. That's terrible. Just take money, Jana, and buy more art supplies. What have you all been drinking before bedtime? Oh, Auntie Chris, that sounds awful for both dog and the owner. Yes, it's... Yeah. Gail. Yeah, that is sad. The rules were way too harsh. Yes, yes. And especially if she was maybe a bit younger and maybe, kind of... that dog was almost never on her own. She was always... either with me or with somebody. She was very people dog, very kind of a, personable dog. There was no way I could have done that to her. But it's not like awful ending. Like she had a very full, very happy life. Was spoiled rotten. Was ruling the roost. Just in a different household. So it is what it is. Sometimes you kind of have to make those decisions. So yeah, when people are really, really like super harsh to people who give up their animals, there are situations when you just need to do that. But I would then I would do it only this way, that I find a really good home, and I would never give up any in any other situation than something like this. No. Lucy, these dog restrictions are nonsense. As long as they are vaccinated, they should be allowed in other countries. Yeah, it was nonsense. It was absolutely idiotic. But I think it was that Ireland was kind of rabies free. And back then these rules were absurdly strict for bringing animals in, and I could not fight the system, sadly. So yeah, it's not like that now anymore, as long as you have all the documentation in order. And it also depended on what country you were coming from. It was particularly bad if you came from kind of like a third world country or Eastern Bloc of Europe. Would have been different if I had moved to here, for example, from France or I don't know, US or something like this. But yeah, because of the country I was coming from as well. Yeah, I had to leave my dog in Estonia. Our discussions has become very somber. Yes, I don't know, somehow we got there. Lucy, I received a job offer in Australia 6 months after I adopted Snow, and they would have had to stay 45 days in quarantine. Yeah, 45 days I could have coped with. 6 months? No. 45 days, not great, but no, you can deal with it. Basically half a year for a dog that is already a senior? No. Okay, not talking about that anymore. Oh. Hey guys, I bought a pet unicorn from the grocery store and now it's our pet. Yeah, it's same story. I can't leave him behind. He's my soul dog. Yeah. yeah, I have made that decision in my life. So it is what it is. And trust me, I was not happy about it. In fact, I was quite miserable for a while, but you know. Anyways, let's talk about something else. We never really got into the books thing. I think Nessa said you were reading Martian. Anybody listening? Do you have a habit of listening to audiobooks? Like, I'm actually curious. Or how many of you are into audiobooks? I think they're great. Because I can do other stuff and read. How cool is that? You listen to audiobooks for coloring, yeah, Jackie. I think you mentioned that before. Isn't that great? It's also somehow soothing. I don't know. Okay. Okie doke. I think I'm going to leave the gouache bit essentially as is. I might add a bit of a pencil here and there. I definitely need to add some to the eyes because okay, and I'm going to soften these bits here where I put some light color, some highlights. Should I try to make some even whiter highlights? But I don't want to really, you know, kind of overdo it also. Oops. This is pretty much almost pure white. Yeah, that doesn't I don't like it. I should have used finer brush, of course, for the highlights, but hey, it is what it is. Okie doke. Okay, let me look. Yep, great book. I listen to audiobooks while coloring. Okay, yeah, so that Antichrist Law, I love audiobooks. Yep, they are just fantastic. 80% what I read are audiobooks. Yeah, I consider that reading. I know that there's a debate about it. Is it the real reading? It's like, you know, this is a story. I am consuming a story. To me, that is reading. But you know, yeah, it is a different part of your brain that is used or whatever. It doesn't really matter that much to me. What is the best platform? Did somebody ask that? Well, I use Audible, to be honest. I know it's Amazon, you know, I know it's not great, but I just find the choice is the biggest, and also they have quite a bit of, like, if you are buying the book on Kindle, and you often get the audiobook for a fraction of the price. Like, you can get audiobooks often for like £3 or £4 or something like this, which, you know, to me is a very good deal. Whichever ones are supported by your library. We don't really have, well, technically our library, our local library, they do have audiobooks as well. I don't have to go and get pencils from the shelf because I have them here. I remembered my spare Woomers. Okay, so I don't have. But they do have audiobooks in the local library as well, but the choice is pretty limited. And for the kind of, you know, so-called more popular or better books, there can be often waiting time because they have limited licenses they can lend out. And for the kind of bigger names or for some reason, you know, more popular books, the waiting times can be months and months and months. So you'll be able to read them. So I tend to just, wander to, you know, if I really want to read something and it's either is not available in my library or I have to wait for like months to get my hands onto that. And my patience runs thin then. So I tend to just end up going and getting it on Audible. Okay. Let's move it. Adri, I used to listen to audiobooks while working. It was a way to relax and do my job. Yeah, I sometimes do that as well. Depending on what I'm doing. Some tasks you can't do it, but for some tasks I can. Unless I have to use Audible because my library is French and they do the Libby system. Okay. Libby's okay. Yeah, they don't have Libby here. They have kind of their own kind of a smaller system. And yeah, I can't. Sorry. And yeah, there's the choice is pretty limited. So sadly, I end up usually just back on Audible. Sorry. Libby's okay. Hoopla, digital. Jackie, I love it. I have been listening to a series of books about archaeologists. Can't remember the author, but I found it really soothing to listen to books while I work. I crochet with audiobook on. Yeah, that's just perfect. Yeah, Lucy, I can't use Audible anymore because for some reason it's bugged. Auntie Chris, tell a blind person that audiobooks don't count as reading. Exactly. Lucy, I use English as my language for my audiobooks and now they only show up to me in Portuguese, not even Brazilian Portuguese, Portugal Portuguese. So it's terrible. Okay, that doesn't make much sense. Can you change a region somehow? I think that might be region thing. Although you should be able to just change the language. I don't know. It's really weird. Nessa, it shouldn't be a debate. I'm partially sighted and some are blind, so would one call a blind person illiterate if they don't read but listen? No, of course not. Exactly, yeah. Agreed. Agreed. AG, I have my Kindle and lots of audiobooks and also Audible, but I don't pay them subscription anymore. All right. Yeah, you don't have to. If you have loads of books already in your library that you still haven't read, then you don't have to keep paying for new credits, technically. You see, the reason there is a debate about it, it's because reading activates different neuronal pathways. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was saying. So it's a different kind of brain processing and develop different skills. But yeah, it's a technicality though. I still consider it reading. If you have a YouTube Premium, there's a selection of audiobooks on YouTube. I say YouTube Premium because otherwise there is an ad every 2 minutes. Lucy, for kids, I recommend not using audiobooks until after the age of 16. Okay. He's very cute in his own little demonic way. I had Libby when you lived in Toronto. Okay. Okay, no, it's Jackie Ailey Griffith's the Dr. Ruth Galloway Mysteries is the one you've been listening. I love watching Dine Team, so that's not a surprise. I think I know her. I think I know that one. I'm pretty sure. That's one of those books that I've been kind of contemplating, series of, not books, but series that I've been contemplating reading. I'm pretty sure that it's been on my radar. I'm at the moment reading fun lit RPG stuff, which is, it's a very kind of almost a specific thing. You either, think it's really stupid and why would anybody listen to that, or it's like, yay, that's fantastic, and it's just such a great fun. Okay, so let's take this one and maybe just a little bit of a hair texture and put some back in here as well, so it wouldn't be just a sea of really light colors here. Just adding some textures there, and here as well in the middle of those really light ones I'm putting in some tiny little flicks. Okay, and I need to get some darkness on here. I don't know if I said that these were boomers, yeah? So. Nessa, I get upset when people act like I'm stupid because I can't see well. Yeah, that 100% understandable. I have a master's degree, dang it. I taught school. Lack of physical skill doesn't equal stupid. Very 100% agree. Nessa, sorry I got triggered. I need to go buy some art things and calm down. Jackie, I do read actual books too sometimes. I've just picked up historical novel that was in the adoption pile at my local library. There is a pattern there. You like to read kind of historical stuff, yeah? I love to, well, at the moment, it varies. I have kind of like a periods of what I fancy. So at the moment, it seems to be a lot of it either kind of a soft or cozy fantasy, kind of a fun fantasy, or kind of a fun, softer sci-fi, or I go for kind of like lit RPG stuff, which is basically, kind of you describing a world or, happening in the worlds that have kind of like a game logic, which I think is great fun. And some of them are like, a lot of them are absolute rubbish, let's be honest, and there's a lot of like weird, very harem-y, kind of a, male fantasy type of stuff in there as well. But then there are some really fun ones, which I am absolutely 100%. Like, it's not highbrow, but it doesn't have to be. Okay, I need something pinkish here. Oh, Kristen, okay, I have to go. Hug looks great. Thanks everyone for the hugs. Oh, big hugs to you. See you again soon. Bye. Lucy, I think Audible used an IP address and now it wants to make everything Portuguese. Just the wrong Portuguese, jeez. I do read books as well. It's not just audiobooks. That's definitely something that I do. It's just often, I probably get to read a little bit more or consume a bit more books because audiobooks are an option. Because, for example, if I want to do coloring, then I won't have time for reading, and I would like to do both. So audiobooks are a perfect way to do that. But if I want to consume series fast, then I do actual reading, because audiobooks I can never, I'm a very fast reader, but no, you can't listen that fast. That just doesn't work. Okay, I need something dark in the mouth. Oh, this is actually colors of deep red. Sorry about, it's going to be noise now. History and time travel, Jackie. Lucy, just to make sure, I am very pro audiobooks, and they are reading. If you're an adult, the debate is actually for children that can read because of the brain development, just like cursive writing. Which I never realized that it's not really taught, am I getting it wrong that it's not really taught that much in the States anymore, cursive writing? Is that the case? Because it's very much taught here, it was a big surprise to me that somebody, I think I saw a YouTube video, and so somebody was saying something about Gen Z and that they can't read cursive. I was like, can't they? How? What? Oh, I love that. Oh, hi! Hi! Welcome, Mama. Hi! Oh, I did not realize that you were in, Chrissy. Sorry, I'm putting away my gouache so it wouldn't drop on the floor here, because things are getting a bit piled up. Oh, Nessa, waiting now for the other grandbaby to come any day now. Oh, that is so exciting. Lucy, I love investigative novels like the Millennium Trilogy by Stieg Larsson. Okay. Auntie Chris, I am squarely pro-cursive. Yeah, so am I. Lucy, like Agatha Christie, read 90% of her books. I would be the same. I read a lot of them when I was fairly kind of, young as well. So I should probably... Now I've listened to some of them again because I almost had forgotten. No, if you haven't read them for a long time, if you go and read them again, it's almost like reading them first time. Okay, and what do we do with her eyes, or his eyes? I don't know if it's his or... I'm making them... Let's make them green, since there's so much green in this page. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Agatha Christie movies are fantastic. And there's so many choices, like most of her books have been dramatized at least twice, if not, many more times. Let's, okay, Chrissy, you're saying it's correct? The cursive thing? Okay, Nessa, it was gone from Canadian schools, but they're bringing it back. Yes, please, because it just, it is necessary to know. Auntie Chris, yeah, not anymore. It's ridiculous. My 25-year-old kid can't read my handwriting. And not to brag, but I have pretty handwriting. No, we're fine like that. My kids can both read my handwriting. Well, not because I have a great handwriting, but because they can read cursive, because I don't have great handwriting. Mine is a bit, yeah. Finland banned cursive? Really? I never heard of that. Oh, Adri, you like magic realism like Isabella Allende, Gabriel Garcia Marquez. That's really, like, I love 100 Years of Solitude. It's one of my all-time favorite books. But for some mysterious reason, I never really read anything from Isabel Allende. And I know that I really should, because, I did used to enjoy magical realism a lot. One of my other big favorites is Bulgakov's Master and Margarita, which is also could be classified pretty much like a magical realism. But yeah, it's just somehow I haven't read Isabel Allende. I have read Gabriel Garcia Marquez, but never Isabel Allende. And I've seen her books in library several times, and kind of thought about getting some, getting one of them, and somehow never did. I don't know. It's just weird. Lucy, I had bad flare of our hand. I tried this late last year. Afterwards, writing was very difficult. Went to get a calligraphy book. Oh. Nessa, most young ones can't read a clock. What? Oh, you mean like traditional clock, that they're so used to electronic clock face that they can't read. That is actually a problem, because now it's pretty alright, but I don't think my son had, but my daughter had for a while. Like, she had trouble interpreting the clock. She's fine now. She was like, there was a period, and I was so puzzled, like, what did they teach you in school, or, what's going on? And we even did kind of like domestic sessions going through, how to read the clock. But that's just a digital age, that I can kind of see where it's coming from. Lucy, Gail, where you can watch Poirot. Becky, young kids can't spell either. My grandkids are in late 20s and can't spell much of anything. Really? Lucy, Gail, Lucy, in the UK it's always on TV, and one of the catch-up channels has a lot of episodes. I watch them all the time. I have read 100 Years of Solitude like 20 times, both in English and Spanish. Was very, very disappointed with the Netflix series. I didn't watch Netflix series. I decided not to. I saw the clips and I went like, nope. Probably not. I'm not going to do that to myself. I know already that I'm not going to like it. So I just didn't. I have read it, especially in my kind of late 20s and early 30s. I think I've lost the count how many times I read it. I love that book, or, you know, probably even loved it more then than I do now. I was obsessed with that book. I also liked his short stories. The Eyes of a Blue Dog was one of the firm favorites, I remember. So on, yeah, I really like his stuff. Although I have to say I didn't connect with Love at the Time of Plague, which I might have translated horribly, because I read it in Estonian, I think, originally, and now I did the straight translation into English from Estonian. I don't really know what the actual name in English is for that book. I didn't really click with that book as well. Okay, I think we are getting there. This looks one naughty, whatever it is. Hedgehog. Okay. See, white lays so well on the gouache base that you can pull out the extra kind of a white fluffies with just white pencil, which is super handy. Oh, I need dark brown. I know I had it in my hand. You see, I love Gabriel Garcia Marquez and Isabel Allende. Yeah, I haven't read it. I really need to read. From Brazil, I like Paulo Coelho for light short readings. I tried to read him, and he was kind of... do you know, like popular science? It's like popular philosophy, you know? I don't know. It sounded a bit... I didn't click with him very well. To me, he was kind of slightly overrated. And I need to do the toes here as well. Just give them some extra. Although they don't really look that much like toes, but at least they're there. Oh, Shen is dreaming. She's chasing dream rabbits. She's doing that. Okay. I'm not... I don't want to go like overboard working this hog. I just put, you know, a couple of strikes in so it would add a bit of a texture. Do I have this color maybe? Which has slightly... like it's a brown, but it has slightly greenish tinge to me anyway. It's called chocolate, funnily enough. And dropping that into the hairs here, just very, very little. Emma, you have very pretty handwriting. Everybody agrees it's pretty. Ah. Auntie Chris, this is to say my fellow American Gen Xers are bad spellers. We're also with geography. Oh, it looks great. I fell asleep. Okay, so now I want something sparkly on it, just for the funsies. Just putting some little strikes in here to give a little bit of extra texture and kind of a direction to the spikes. Okay. It looks pretty fierce. Now, it's a bit better to see that. I think I need to put a little bit of a more shading here. It feels kind of flat. And the nose feels flat. We'll fix that in a moment. And I need something light to blend it out. Okay, and I need to do something with the nose a bit. Should I take that? Okay. And I'm going to make that nose on the top. I think it's a bit too kind of short here. I'm making it, taking it up a bit higher. And I need a gel pen or something that I can put a little highlight onto the nose. Why, I have lost my good gel pen somewhere. I don't know what's going on. I am waking up my Posca. Sorry about the noise. It's a vampire hedgehog. It does look a bit vampirish, doesn't it? Okay, and making the eye brighter, bringing the little teeth up a bit more. Okay. Hedgehog is going to throw down with the mean cat in Catitude. Should I try to put some of that in the here and there? Just flick a couple of little flicks. Quickly, kind of in the middle of all the textures. Hair and spikes like this, the more texture and the more strokes you put down, the better it usually looks. So just giving it some extra little oomph here and there. It's just easy to do with white. Usually you don't get it to the same level of really harsh bright white very easily with gouache, with the brush for some reason. So I like to put some little extras in here and there with Posca or whatever acrylic marker. Acrylics work best because I can flick with them easily than with gel pens. Now, and maybe a couple of hairs here and there, just extra brights. Here and there. I try not to overdo them as well. Just and little dots on the toe beans here. And maybe just the top of the ear. Yeah, and this one as well. Just bring it out. Yep. And I think we do the spraying now, or not spraying, splattering. And then I think I've actually finished a page in the stream. Can you believe that? I don't think I'm going to do much more to it. I think it's fine. Otherwise I'm going to just overwork it pretty pointlessly. Unless I would put some extra highlight on that. Actually, where's my... Alrighty, I have that here. Okay, let me see. Emma, I used to love reading, but I haven't read a book so long and I can't get into audiobooks. Annika is Shen like French for dog, or Shen like the name Shen? Shen like the name Shen. Do you know how she got her name? That's actually really hilarious. Oh, that's why I consider him light reading. He's nothing like, yeah, okay. I meant to say it looks like a vampire before I fell asleep. Okay, so what I'm doing here, this is, it needs to be a bit juicier than that. This is a really sparkly gold. And I'm just, no, it's not very covering though, but I'm just adding like random little details that, you know, if you move the page, you get a bit of a sparkle like this. Herbert is the horrible looking fantastic. Okay. I used to be able to spell until predictive texting was a thing. Lucy, if anyone wants to read a good Brazilian literature, I recommend Cecilia Meirelles, Graciliano Ramos, and Clarice Lispector, and Ariano Suassuna. I probably butchered those names horribly. I am so sorry, Lucy. Cool, I stopped misspelling it to Shen's name. Well, how it started was that before we got Shen, she was with the foster family. And the foster family had a dog named Coco. And Shen back then didn't have a name. Apparently she was, well, from what I know, she was a street dog at some stage, although I do not know how that lady has ever survived the streets, because she refuses to eat even dog food that isn't fine enough, or, you know, any food that isn't broken into nice, manageable pieces, she will not touch. So I don't know how she goes to the streets. Never mind about that. So they had a dog called Coco, and they said, oh, you know, Coco, oh, let's call her Chanel. So when we got her, her name was Chanel, and I was like, there is no way I am going to be calling my dog, you know, shouting across the house, Chanel, Chanel. So it's like, oh, is that the only name you call her? I was like, well, occasionally, you know, we just, you know, if we want to shorten it, we call her Shen. It's like, okay, because she was really traumatized and she was like really shy, and I didn't want to add the stress of giving her another name to everything else as well. It's like, okay, Shen will work, you know, I would be fine with Shen. So that's how she stayed Shen. So then, so let's be, you know, in case you didn't know, and nobody, probably you didn't, it is not actually Shen, it's Chanel. She is much posher than just plain Shen. She's not even moving her ears, she's that deeply asleep behind me on the couch. Usually she will react when I'm talking about her, she knows, obviously. Okay, I have this weird tin of all sorts of random metallic paints that I have gotten over the years from different places. So I'm going to pick colors. I'm going to put that one away so I wouldn't spray them. Oh, Lucy actually pronounced them all pretty well. Wow, that's cool actually. I'm surprised myself because obviously, you know, I don't have a clue. It's like, you know, my pretend Portuguese and my pretend French. And this one looks like it's a nice color as well. So I think these ones should be sufficient. They're all nice and shiny. Okay, we are getting there. It's almost done. It's almost done. Which brush will I use? Actually, I have... No, this one doesn't spray easily. I need something looser. Let me find something softer. That one should work. No wonder she has an attitude. She's living up to her name. Much better than Chanel, unless you like to carry around Beverly Hills in an ostentation purse sometimes. No, I don't have inclinations to do that. That's why she's that picky with a name like Chanel. You've got to be picky. Exactly. Well, that might actually be the case. I don't know. But yeah. I was like, no dog of mine is going to be called Chanel. Hamish is not happy with you. We were playing ball outside and a silly human has thrown the ball and it hit the wall and then bounced right over the fence into next door's garden. Oh no! Yes, exactly, she's very peculiar, like the original name owner. She is peculiar. Jackie, how dare you purposely lose this ball? Okay, I think that one is ready to be splattered. I'm trying to get not too much onto its face. If there's going to be splatters on the cape or, you know, other parts, I don't really mind. Okay, change of color. Oh, hi Karen. Hi, how are you? Lucy, I think it's your Russian speaking ability. Portuguese sounds similar to Russian. Really? I never really noticed that. Maybe. Jackie, I couldn't have achieved it if I tried. Aww. Oh, you liked yesterday's upload. Much gorgeousness. Thank you. Thank you so very much. It was interesting video to make because I wanted to find stuff that wasn't like, you know, yesterday's works. Because obviously you feel that, you know, since you grow all the time, your latest works tend to be, at least in my case, you know, often they tend to be the better ones because you are growing. But I wanted to include stuff that wasn't just, you know, the latest works type of a thing. And I think that came out pretty well. I always thought that Portuguese sounds like Spanish. Who said that? Auntie Chris, okay. If Spanish went to spend a year in Paris and returned home all fancy. It's a very, very cool way of putting it. Come on, get some green there. Okay, and now I need some Lucy, Jackie, he kind of, Hamish, he kind of stares at you, but not really in a tantrum as such. Okay, whenever I try the splatter effect, I just made huge mess. Do you know, happens to everybody, happens to absolutely all of us. I'm not sure about that pink. But hey, I have it now mixed up, so on it goes. Okay. If a little bit too much water goes in, just don't try to lift it or do anything with it if it's on the gouache base like this. Just leave it there to dry. And mostly took that pink because it's really nice and sparkly. Okay, and now I'm taking the last one, which is kind of like darker color, which I'm probably keeping more to the bottom of the image here, on the ground. Okay. Just to give some darker sparkles here. And there you go. I think it's ready. I'm cross-eyed on my phone today. Power just went out. Oh no. Lucy, Portuguese actually sounds much like Spanish and some Catalan, but Brazilian sounds much like Russian. For example, school is pronounced escola, škola. Oh, yeah, škola, escola. Yeah. Škola. That is cool. Emma, I threw a ball for Gizmo once. He just looked at me like, you're weird. That is, Shen loves the ball. She adores the ball, but it has to be this certain type of a, like really, it's a transparent but really sturdy silicone ball with a squeak. She has gone through so many of them. She adores them. She really loves her toys. For the longest time, she didn't understand what toys were, and then suddenly it clicked. And since then, she absolutely adores her toys. Look at that. I think it was a good decision to put that texture into that background instead of having really smooth background. I think it's much more interesting that way. What do you think? Choo-choo-choo. And it does look deliciously evil, doesn't it? Yeah, no, I love him. Oh, thank you. The sound of okay. School in Latvian is a skola. A school in Estonian is kool. So they all come from the same root, I'm pretty sure. What is school in French, by the way? Does anybody know? All from Greek, yeah. It's a little dastardy. A call, yeah. I think they're all coming from the same root. Okay, there you go. Now, I think we should finish up now. It's getting very late here. Thank you very much for joining me and having a good chat and good time. And we actually, I think we should be very proud of ourselves because we actually finished a page that has never happened before. And I don't think it's going to happen very often because I'm not the fastest, as you well know. But we not only finished that page, we also started several pages. I did that one, which I'm actually not sure what exactly I am going to do with it, but I was just testing watercolors mostly. Which, yeah, the dotting is pretty dismal. And I also put some backgrounds into that one, as you saw. And I have ideas for these too. So hopefully I'll get at least some of them done. So thank you. Thank you for being here with me on this wonderful Saturday night. With a big virtual hugs to everybody, all right? And have a lovely weekend, or what's left of it, all right? So bye-bye, and all the best to you.